Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Northernlands 3, brought to you by ODI Leeds and our sponsors, the Embassy of the Netherlands and West Yorkshire Combined Authority, as part of their Innovation Festival. So, the Northernlands, what is it and where is it? Well, what it is a virtual conference that looks positively at data, digital and emerging technology. This year, our third Northernlands conference, we've included more startups and scale-ups alongside our fantastic speakers. But the Northernlands, where is it? Well, it starts from North England and across the North Sea to our North Sea neighbours in the Netherlands. But you can also see it extending to Ireland and Northern Ireland, across Northern England to the northwest, up into Scotland, across the North Sea to our North Sea neighbours in the Nordic countries, and also across into Northern Europe, and of course the Netherlands. That's a really interesting concept, particularly where we are in terms of our economic situation, the political situation, and also when we talk to lots of people across all our networks, we all have much more in common than we have that are different. But what to expect today? Well, we've got our introduction from the ambassador. We've got the introduction from Kirsten England, from the Chief Executive of Bradford Council, and then Shireen Ali Sati, a brilliant spoken word poet, who's going to give us an introduction and a feeling for what we're going to do today. You can also get involved by posting a note in the post-it notes, so we know who you are, where you are today, and what you'd like to get out of it. And also, please get involved on the chat function. So when we've got the speeches, please put a question, a point, some data, a link, put it into the chat so other people can join in. What I'd like to do now is to start proceedings. And what we've got is Karel van Oostrum, the embassy from the Netherlands, who's going to tell us why open data and the Northernlands is important to him and the Netherlands. Over to you, Karel. Welcome everybody to Northernlands 3. My name's Paul Connell from ODI Leeds. And what we're going to do now is to speak to Karel van Oostrum, the ambassador for the Netherlands, who are our partners for Northernlands series. Northernlands 3 has 4 areas of focus, and it's also got a common thread. The areas of focus are mobility and urban living, climate emergency, innovation with health data, the economy and future work, all hung together under the very important subject of data rights and data security and safety. But now I'm going to ask Karel and say, hi, if you let us know why we're here today, why the subject of open data is important to the Netherlands.
Thank you very much, Paul. And first of all, a warm welcome to all of us who joined us today for this very important session. Some warm words of thanks also to you personally, Paul, and to your whole group up there in Leeds to organize the Northernlands number 3. I arrived in the UK in August last year. I'm the new Dutch ambassador to the United Kingdom, all of the United Kingdom, and big kudos to the whole Northernlands organization, because for us in the Netherlands, it's really important to realize that there's more to the United Kingdom than London, and connecting the Netherlands with the northern part of the United Kingdom is crucial. And it's not just about business, it's not just about culture, it's not just about society. It's first and foremost connecting our citizens, making sure that real life connections exist between the societies in both parts of our countries.
Thanks, Karel. That's amazing. Could you just tell us a little bit about what the Dutch approach to open data and the policies are there, please?
Yeah, I think our approach is very much comparable to what we see in other places in the world. We all face the same dilemmas, the same dimensions. And when thinking about today's session, I jotted down some thoughts, and it ended up to a 8P assessment framework. So I have 8 words starting with a P, and let's see whether that connects with the thinking in the north of England. First, of course, we talk about protection of data, as we say in Dutch. Data. In Dutch, we say data. So we have to protect our data from unauthorized access. They have to be secure. I mean, that's obvious. Secondly, certainly coming from the Netherlands, we have to make sure that privacy of our data is guaranteed. People should make their own decisions about who can process the data and for what purpose. And certainly, and I'll get back to that in the end, that's what the GDPR in the European Union is all about. Third, data should be public when it's beneficial for the greater good, and people are okay with it, but not automatically. Fourth, private sector participation is essential, but we need some kind of democratic oversight mechanisms. Fifth, processors of data, the people, certainly companies who use them, should have some kind of equal access. What we see at the moment is the big tech companies like Facebook control so much of the data, whereas startups, and certainly some of them are with us today, and certainly also if you compare fintech companies, the smaller upstarts with the big banks, there's no level playing field. So processors should have more of equal access. My sixth point, of course, coming from the Netherlands, promotion of human rights is central to anything we do, and combining right to privacy, but also freedom of expression. Sometimes there's striking the right balance is crucial. So my seventh point, also crucial today, proper payment structures. Too often we see that open data lead to private companies profiting and reaping a lot of benefit, and the cost goes to the taxpayers. As an example, I came from New York last year. There you see that a country like Amazon, which is profiting from a lot of data they have gained, are using a lot of public space without paying tax on that one. And I think that's something we should look into as well. And and that's something I would say between the Netherlands, Northernlands, the north of England, we should profit from each other's experiences. And that's why we're here today. I mentioned GDPR. There's one crucial aspect we haven't touched upon yet, which is Brexit, which also in the data ecosystem has consequences, because we don't have at this moment data adequacy agreement between the European Union and the United Kingdom. And let's just express the hope we'll have that as soon as possible, because that kind of cooperation also on a bilateral basis is crucial for all of our societies, our private sector, and our citizens.
Thanks, Carol. I don't think I could have done a better version myself. There's lots of similarities between the way that we work here in the UK and in the north of England. And just on that point of data adequacy, cross fingers, the music is that we're going to get there. So let's hope that we do. And your point around connecting our citizens is so important. And there is so much more. I think we've got more in common with each other than we've got differences. So that's really important for us.
Of Bradford, and also leads on digital for the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, and was chair of Nesta's trustees. So Kirsten knows a bit about this, and also very passionate about the North and the Northernlands. Kirsten, England.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Northernlands 3. My name's Paul Connell, founder of ODI Leeds. And what we're going to do now is speak to Kirsten England. She's the chief exec of Bradford, who are founding sponsors of ODI Leeds, and she's also the lead on business innovation and growth at WICA, the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, who are our partners for Northernlands 3, along with the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the embassy down there. Northernlands 3 has got 4 areas of focus, and it's also got a common thread. So the areas of focus are mobility and urban living, climate emergency, innovation with health data, the economy and future of work, all hung together under the very important subject of data rights, data security, data safety. Kirsten, hi, welcome. Could you just introduce yourself, why we're here today, and also why this is important to you?
So, hi, Paul. Absolutely delighted to join you. It sounds like a really exciting event, and I'd love to take in as much of the content as possible when I can. I would just say that. So, yes, as you said, I'm the Chief Executive of Bradford Council, which happens to be kind of one of the largest cities in England, 5th largest, but it is actually the youngest city in, I believe, Europe. In fact, a third of the residents of Bradford are under the age of 30. It's also hyper diverse, one of the most diverse places to live in the UK, brimful of entrepreneurial businesses. So I have a phenomenal asset base of young entrepreneurial digital natives who are globally connected and entrepreneurial. It's a real asset base for innovation and kind of prosperity. But yes, as you say, I'm also the lead Chief Exec for Business Innovation and Growth for the whole of the Leeds City region, which is a very significant economy in the north of England with huge assets actually and potential around social, economic, technological innovation. But I also was a trustee of Nesta for 6 years, which is the innovation charity. And I am now actually a trustee of the Young Foundation, which is an organisation dedicated to exploring social change through the power of community and innovation. So it feels like work around innovation has been part of my life and work for a very long time. And I think it's incredibly important because I think the world faces huge intractable challenges which cannot be solved through kind of conventional approaches. And actually, I see this as part of harnessing all of our ability to create a better, safer, more secure, cleaner world for us all to live and prosper in.
So me being a natural optimist, what are the opportunities for this region's businesses, but also the Netherlands businesses? So the Northernlands, what are the opportunities for businesses in the Northernlands?
Yeah, well, I love this phrase, Northernlands. I mean, as you can probably tell, I've got a Scottish accent. I'm a Northern European Scot, and I actually feel much more in tune with the culture of Northern Europe at times than I do kind of necessarily of all parts of the United Kingdom at the moment. And I think we have a tradition of coming together, of creating opportunity, of sharing and collaborating on that opportunity, and being kind of, if you like, less hierarchical or exclusive of one another. So I think that's a real opportunity, I think, for the Netherlands and this part of England to work at this moment. It's a particularly important moment, of course, post-Brexit, as we find new ways of being collaborators in an interdependent world, because we live in an interdependent world. Of course, I know this part of the world much better than I know the Netherlands. What I know about the Leeds City region is a place of small and medium enterprises and some much larger corporates, but they were born from a history and a legacy of innovation, both in terms of social, economic and technological innovation, of course, with the Industrial Revolution, but also with being, if not invented here, then first adopters of technologies here. So I think back to some of the kind of innovations of the 19th and 20th century. So some of the kind of first television sets were produced in the Leeds City region. The first moving image was produced in the Leeds City region. And many other such innovations. There's a long history of that, as well as social innovation around the invention of school meals, school baths, and so on. So I think we have both a legacy from our kind of industrial heritage, but we also now have this, we are the youngest city region in the United Kingdom. So we have that energy and also the diversity of our city region, which kind of predisposes us to think differently about the world, to see opportunities to create it differently. We have, of course, as well, the largest academic base in the United Kingdom here in the Leeds City region, more universities, FE and higher education institutes than anywhere else in the United Kingdom. Many of them are research-intensive universities producing phenomenal work, particularly around health technologies and the biosciences, particular strengths around data science, data capture and storage. And now we have a kind of economic base which has both mature and growing businesses and startups, kind of at every part of the kind of cycle, particularly, as I've said, around kind of health tech, biosciences, but also data capture, data storage, data security, as you said, data analytics. If you bring all of that together, you've got a powerful ability, I think, to create new solutions.
Fantastic. So I was going to ask you lots of questions about what are the opportunities, what should we look forward to, and what are the big opportunities around data. But I think you covered a lot of what we were going to talk about anyway. I'd just like to, the final point is mention about how we're more in common than we are different, and the Northern Europeanness of the Northernlands and how we can link up in the future.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think that's what I see is that opportunity to come together on an equal footing, openly sharing. That point about open data, you know, the Open Data Institute says it all, doesn't it? That sense about everyone's welcome, everyone bring the assets you have, share those, let's play with them, let's work with them together, let's see what we can create out of all of this. And yes, let's work out how we all benefit in that. But I think that's a kind of part of our cultural DNA that will really serve us well here in the north of England, across Northern Europe, that we should harness right now.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kirsten.
Nice to see you, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a great introduction by Kirsten there. Now, the next speaker is Sharina Lee Satie, a spoken word artist from Bradford. And she's going to talk through her poem, which is Data Is. And then straight after Sharina, we have Shiv Malik, who's going to talk about straight into the future of data monetization.
Hello everybody, my name is Sharina Lee Satie and I'm going to share with you a poem called Data Is. Data is. The universe connects us all, from stars in the sky to every ripple in the ocean. We are seeds of light, of every word spoken. We grow through what we go through, and we learn. Learning through our life experiences that sometimes changes things, and we have to let go. We are educated through practice and learning, making mistakes too. But what if we all shared our mind's data? What actually goes on inside of you? Maybe we could improve our lives. And what happens in the future too? Knowledge is wasted unless shared. How else can one evolve? Our minds are human data, but technology helps us solve, where individuals stop thinking. Data will always evolve. It's a solution to our problems, to the future we must grasp hold, to changing our understanding and improving our ways of thinking, with new ways, not the old. Data is the soul of the universe. It collects information that we need to grow. The data collected will help reshape a new, brighter tomorrow. Sharing information, collaborating with different organisations to help improve life as we know. It's here to help empower individuals, be the truth through its research. Through the information collected, the facts will always emerge. So let's share our open data today and understand its technical terms to build a better future and trust in the data that is confirmed. Building better connections and improving people's lives to help the future bring peace and balance into people's minds. Open data is needed in our lives.
Hello, hi, my name is Shiv Malik. I'm the head of growth at Streamer, and thank you so much for inviting me to the Northernlands conference. And I'm going to be speaking about the future of data monetization. So I'm going to jump straight in. The data brokering and insights industry is broken, perhaps irreparably so. 4 points on this. Firstly, the lack of genuine consent from the people who create the data, that's ordinary people like you and me, means that brokers fail when exposed to public scrutiny. And I'll come to that in the next slide. Secondly, big tech is shutting down those avenues for backdoor data collection. For example, with the cookie economy, actually, and Google has just recently confirmed or reaffirmed, if you want, that they're not going to replace cookies with anything comparable, and they'll only be serving people up with the kind of, you know, high level insights, and going to do the whole psychographic thing, profiling thing with people. And it's a great way of selling advertising, not a great way to actually figuring out what people are actually doing for your specific business. Regulators are also tightening their grip all around the world. The EU has just released 3 new pieces of data legislation, some of which tackles this area very much so. I'll come to that as well in a bit. But there's also California, there's also India. All this stuff is happening all around the world, and it's not just privacy. It's all about, you know, it's also about who controls and how many sort of rights users have in order to take back control over their information and how it's used. And finally, because this collection of personal information is sort of almost always done in secrecy, right, under the table, those data products themselves remain a kind of black box, right? The quality is not, you know, able to ascertain, you know, where this information is coming from. And the data, therefore, is often untrusted and considered to be dirty. So, you know, people are operating under the table and in the dark. And when they're forced into the light, they end up getting shut down. That's just crazy. I'll give you an example of that. Avast is an antiviral software company serving, you know, hundreds of millions of people around the world. And what they were doing was selling the raw data streams, the kind of information, obviously, they have to know in order to provide you with effective antivirus software solutions. They were selling that to a subsidiary who was then monetizing that to the base of around 30 million to growing to 70 million a year. It was, and that subsidiary is called JumpShot. It was a commercial success, and in fact, providing the sort of deep analytics service that, you know, Google and others won't provide. Then Motherboard wrote about them, and Avast lost $500 million in share value overnight, and they closed the company down. It also took down another company called Hitwise, who were also dependent upon the JumpShot ecosystem. So all of this is driven by public attitudes and awareness, but these aren't, you know, sustainable ways to run businesses, are they? And because those public attitudes won't change, you know, the tide has basically turned. You're going to have to think about this in a completely different way. And yet it's still a seller's market, right? Big data buyers are out there, especially in consumer insights. They're desperately underserved because of, you know, Silicon Valley siloing their own data and not wanting to sell the insights themselves. They'll only sell you access to advertising effectively. So, you know, if you want to build a hotel and you want to make that choice between Kyoto or Seoul, or for example, you know, I want to benchmark my company against the others in my industry, or understand the kind of more holistic consumer journey as people move from website to website. Well, where do I get all of this information from? I can't get it from Google. And the demand, obviously, for all this information is also increasing for these raw data streams of personal information because of the data-hungry AI industry. And, you know, really, we haven't even begun to realize all of the huge benefits and from innovation and social good value that could be realized when we have a far more open and honest analytics industry. And so right now, vast swathes of the organizations just don't want to touch this stuff, even though it could be adding huge value to their bottom line. Here's my obligatory Buckminster Fuller quote. I'm sure you've seen this before, but it is very pertinent. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And whoever cracks this for the data analytics and brokering industry will have a huge first mover advantage. So what's the solution? Actually, it's pretty simple. This is almost stupidly simple. Just ask people, right? Good old fashioned kind of respect. Just ask people, you know, open and honest, in a genuine and open and honest sort of consensual way. That's the only way ultimately to build sustainable data brokering businesses. So just ask people to share their data in a really convenient way, the most convenient way possible. And then part 2, directly reward them for it, right? So they've got a reason to do it in the first place, right? And that's so you're not just sort of collecting this stuff in a passive way. They know what they're getting involved in, and they're getting something for it. It doesn't have to be monetary. It can be social rewards as well. So share and reward, right? Really simple, really, really simple. But it's not easy to deliver from a technical standpoint. And it's actually a good reason to why these organizations haven't popped up in the past, or if they have, there's in fact a whole graveyard of organizations who've tried this before, but it's technically very difficult to deliver. So Streamer has been building a framework for the last couple of years to support this sort of ecosystem of new businesses, which we call data unions. So what is a data union? Well, it's a framework that allows people to easily group and bundle and sell their real-time data to earn revenue. And crowd selling like this has the potential to generate unique data sets of really high quality by incentivizing trade directly from the data producers, right? And actually, it's a model now that is supported by the EU in their new legislative framework called the Data Governance Act. They call them data cooperatives. There's data mutuals, data fiduciaries, data trusts. But from the member point of view, if you want, at this point in the game, they all look pretty much the same. I'm sure everyone at this conference will fight to the death for their own particular term and eschew the others, but there we go. This is all very early days. Let me just go give you a quick technical overview. The blue lines represent the data flowing from the members, if you want, to the data buyers via a sort of an application front end, which helps bundle and aggregate and format all the data and structure it properly, so its monetary value is properly realized. Goes to data marketplace, data buyers buy it there. The payment process goes through another a sort of stream, if you want, which is a public blockchain, which allows that scalability for micropayments, which you just can't get from the regular fiat banking industry. Again, another reason why these things haven't been built already. So what would they look like? Well, actually, we don't have to ask in an abstract sense. They're already being built. They already have members, and they're already on the verge of creating genuine monetary value. Let me give you one example. Unbanks, created by two guys out in Ireland. They created a PSD2 open banking company that can kind of, has the permission to read financial transaction data. Great. Banks already sell your financial transaction data. Horror of horrors, right? But if you can do this in a data union, then obviously ordinary people can benefit from that too, because it is their data, right? They're the ones doing the spending out there. So why not? Why shouldn't they be able to benefit from this? Well, if you can do it in a way that pseudonymizes and obscures people, then great. And that's what they're working on now. Another example, Swash. Swash, what is Swash? It's a browser extension that operates on every major browser. It runs locally and collects that sort of surfing and platform data from all the kind of websites that you visit. Obviously, you have to download the browser and you have to consent to it. So that's a very positive consensual way of doing it, and rather than a kind of passive way that usually occurs today. Data is then aggregated and turned into a single raw data stream for people like data buyers to purchase. They've had a lot of organic growth, 20% per month, give or take, in the last couple of months. They now have 13,000 members of their data union. And they have built in a lot of privacy controls, obviously, and including ones which you can tailor to your own needs. So you're not sending data that you don't want to the data union. And this also lowers the regulatory hurdles on data buyers when it comes to GDPR consent, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, we've got the near future in which, we haven't really sorted out these problems. We had the first round in which, you visit a website, who owns your data? We don't know. It turns out it's the website, right? Well, is it going to be the same with cars, with washing machines, with fridges? You buy these things, but you don't own the information that flows from them. That's a crazy world. The EU looks set to ensure that you get to port your data from these devices that you own in the very near future. That's great. In which case, let's have a data union for cars, for washing machines, for white goods, from your Fitbit. Why not? In fact, why wouldn't you do it that way? Because you realize huge value. You can imagine already, if you want to do diabetes research, well, great. You get people to permission their data from their Fitbits, and suddenly you've got a huge data set to draw information from. Isn't that wonderful? Much better than doing it the way we do it now, which is usually not at all, because it's so hard to get those permissions and consents otherwise, and the tools to be able to create those things. Finally, it's not just in the streamer ecosystem that people are building these organizations that share and reward you for your information. Tap My Data, GeoDB, Citizen Me, they're all out there doing the same kinds of things. GeoDB, for example, has 200,000 people in the kind of geolocation data space. Again, share and reward. So we believe that, rich consent with built-in incentives are the actually only way to build sustainable data brokering businesses. Everything else will ultimately fail over the medium to long term, as evidenced on multiple occasions. Thank you very much for having me along. I am now going to join you to answer any questions that you may well have. Thank you so much. Really appreciated it.
Thanks, Shiv.
Thanks, Shiv. That was amazing. And I've got some questions coming through in the chat, and I've got some questions too. But the first thing I'd like to ask you is just how much of a disruption do you think this is going to cause to the incumbent organizations, to people, and to the institutions that are going to have to deal with all this?
Yeah, I mean, sort of disruption always has a sort of a negative connotation, doesn't it? But for the data brokers, I mean, they've done it to themselves, haven't they? So they've completely disrupted and ruined their own industry by, I think, acting in this unconsensual fashion. So, there's everything to exploit there and actually create better, more sustainable products. When you talk to big enterprises, they're like, we need these things to hang around. We need sustainable relationships. We can't just wake up one day and realize, oh, that contract we signed is over because the company just went out of business because someone wrote an article about them. So it'll be good for that, very good for that. And then you'll start to see, I can't wait for the moment when we start to see more innovation. So coming from more open data, right? It's just what everyone's been advocating for a very long time. But I think until you sort of commercialize some of that process, and what that really means is add a bunch of professionals in there who are incentivized to do something with it, and you get the data in that consensual fashion, then you won't sort of see, why do we only have one or two map applications? We should live in a world where there's a choice of 40. But until you have that raw data at the bottom, which can be utilized by anyone, including map makers, let's say, map app makers, then you won't get that open innovation. So I expect disruption on both ends. It'll take a few years for sure.
Yeah, well, amen to more open innovation from us as well. So we've got another couple of questions coming in. So there are hundreds of extensions, but are there any that are doing quite what you're describing? That's a question that's come through from Gregory.
Yeah, there are. I mean, there is a huge ecosystem of browser extensions. And of course, a browser extension is only one way to deliver a kind of a data union, right? The question is, how do you read people's data in a way that isn't sporadic? So you've got to kind of find a single source for the data so you can structure it properly. And then have a device or some kind of application or piece of software that can read it. So a browser extension is useful in that regard. There are, yes, hundreds of these things out there, and some of them, they all monetize things in slightly different ways, perhaps, than the ones that do. Honey is a really famous example. So they give you kind of discounts and they read your information. And from what I understand, they also monetize that information too. Or they were considering that model, but they were bought out recently. But that isn't this, right? I think Swash is quite unique in that regard, that they are a browser extension that just goes about monetizing that information for you and acting on your behalf, right?
Fantastic. And that's, for me, that's the most important thing, is a professional organization acting on your behalf, not trying to creepily follow you around the interwebs and then work out afterwards how to make money out of it, which is what we've got now in a lot of regards. There's a great question that's come from Herco Koemans from the Netherlands Ministry of Health. And this is really, I think this really cuts to one of the conversations that happen a lot about data unions is ethics. So the example of you gave around diabetes research and the financial incentive to provide access to your data, but then the ethical concerns about someone sharing their genomic data, which probably includes data about his future kids and their siblings and maybe their grandchildren. So how do data unions help with the data ethics of all of the health data issues that we have?
I mean, I think the two trickiest sort of data sets to monetize are usually the examples that people try and go in with, right?
Yeah.
Which is genomics data. Don't do it, right? Probably not a sensible idea. And also Facebook data, because it's just made up of a morass. It's quite unique, Facebook, in that sense. It's not just you and the platform that have that relationship. It's you and everyone else in that network. It's actually quite difficult to monetize the data anyway, because it's not useful to anyone else except for Facebook, basically, it turns out, after a good number of conversations with data scientists. So there will be things that just won't be ethically suitable for this kind of model at all. And that's fine, because there's plenty of things that are very useful indeed. Like, I'm more interested in that stuff, like, the washing machine data, right? Because that's the stuff that people, it's like ethically, it's not, who cares about the privacy of your washing machine? Or maybe as you as a person who's just sort of domesticated, oh, he does 7 loads of washing a day. It doesn't matter so much, right? The private concerns are really minimal, but the value in that data is still huge, right? For people like insurers, for people passing it back to the customers, for people, who just want convenience. You're like, I want to know when my washing machine is going to break down before it does, right?
Yeah.
So yes, there are obviously going to be massive difficulties. Don't try and tackle the hardest problems first with this model, because it won't work. And it probably won't work with genomic data forever. And that's fine, because there's plenty of stuff that does.
Fantastic. So Shiv, we've come to the end of our chat, but I think what people should watch out for is the way in which GDPR in Europe are going to change things in the future. And if you can give us a couple of points, and then what happens in the UK, we're not quite sure, are we?
Yeah, I mean, Europe has really powered ahead. They seized last year's kind of, pandemic lockdown to kind of really consult with a whole group of people and put out some draft legislation, which is they all have wonderful acronyms and confusingly so. The DMA, Digital Markets Act, the Data Governance Act as well, the DGA, both of which, the DGA regulates these things called data cooperatives. It's going to be great because it ensures that you have these fiduciary duties. So people like organizations like Swash really do by law have to have this obligation to their members. The DMA brings portability to real time, which is excellent. What should Britain do? Well, I think, it's clear that Britain's not just going to copy and paste European legislation. What would be the point of Brexit, right? From that perspective, what they should do is embrace, I think, what we could call digital free trade, right? To go further than Europe by far on the portability stuff. Ensure that people have a real-time right to portability of their data on everything, right? Just get ahead of the problem. We know that washing machines and fridges and cars and Alexa speakers, they're all, it's a huge ecosystem that's about to explode. Well, stop the problem before it starts, right? Who owns all of that data? Is it the consumer who, do I own the data from my fridge? Well, no, not on the moment. Right? Can I control it? No, I can't. Well, there you go. Just solve this problem before it starts. Digital free.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shiv. That was amazing, and you're always welcome at ODI Leeds and
I love coming out and visiting you. You all.
Fantastic.
See you later.
So next up, we're going to have Caroline Gorski from Rolls-Royce, and on cue, she's going to be talking about the ethical data ethics framework that Rolls-Royce has put together, which is amazing, and it's all open. So please have a look at that. But next up is Caroline. Thanks, Shiv.
My name is Caroline Gorski, and I'm the Group Director for R² Data Labs, which is Rolls-Royce's Advanced Data Analytics and Artificial Intelligence unit. Thank you ever so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today about some work we've been doing in R² Data Labs for Rolls-Royce, but also more broadly for the wider populations around thinking about trustworthiness for AI algorithms, particularly when you're thinking about deploying them in either mission critical, safety critical, or industrial settings. Back in December of last year, in 2020, we released to the public domain on an open source basis our work that we've entitled the Alethea framework, in which you can see here featured on the rollsroyce.com website. Alethea is the output of more than 2 years' work from my team and other groups across Rolls-Royce, thinking about the question of how we can assure that artificial intelligences, when deployed in particularly safety critical industrial settings like those that Rolls-Royce works in, can be trusted, that they are both trustworthy and that they fit within an appropriate ethical framework. That Alethea framework released last year is obviously now available to all. It's been built over those 2 years of development and has been constructed on over a decade of experience deploying and operating artificial intelligences in our engine health monitoring systems. And those are ensuring that safety critical products, engines in operation on aircraft all around the world are able to be maintained effectively and using predictive and self-learning algorithms to continuously monitor and respond to events in near real time. Rolls-Royce is one of the world's leading industrial technology companies, and we've been applying advanced analytics for more than 30 years and using artificial intelligence to disrupt the market with our real-time engine health monitoring systems since 1999. The Alethea framework itself was developed during work around an internal use case, an internal assurance challenge where robotic inspections were proposed for the inspections of some critical components. During our peer review process over the 18 months across 2020 and 2019, it became apparent that both the ethical framework around that decision making, as well as the trustworthiness process we needed to assure that those decisions could be trusted, were new and in fact had the potential to be applied across multiple different industrial and technical settings for artificial intelligence. By publishing this work openly and freely for reuse, we are hoping to demonstrate to organizations who face similar safety critical operating contexts, but also organizations from other domains, particularly in regulated industries, how they can construct and adopt artificial intelligence ethical frameworks for the use of AI, and how those frameworks can be used to generate artificial intelligences in which people can truly trust. The Alethea framework is made up of 2 elements. First is an AI ethics framework, which is a method that any organization can use to ensure that the decisions it takes to use AI in critical and non-critical applications are actually ethical. This is the first time AI ethics for industrial contexts has moved beyond theory and into practical application. Secondly, within that framework, there is the very first step-by-step process for ensuring that the outcomes of an AI can be trusted. This 5-layer checking system focuses on the outputs of algorithms and not the algorithms themselves, because they are constantly changing. The checking system prevents biases from developing in algorithms, or at least prevents them from developing in those algorithms in an undetected state. And with those results being constantly monitored, it ensures that those algorithms are trustworthy. The ethics framework and its trust processes have been peer reviewed by subject matter experts in several big tech firms, as well as experts in the automotive, pharmaceutical, academic, and government sectors. We want, by publishing the framework, to really move the AI ethics conversation forward towards discussing concepts and guidelines and accelerating the process of being able to apply artificial intelligence ethically to these kinds of settings. We believe that there is no practical reason why trust in AI can't be created right now, and that it's only with the acceptance and the permission of our society, based on that trust, that the full benefits of artificial intelligence can be realized, and that AI can take its place in our lives alongside us as a partner, supporting us with our lives and work. Rolls-Royce's AI capabilities are embedded deeply in other companies' products and services, and so aren't necessarily widely known. Rolls-Royce's AI doesn't often feature in a consumer's understanding of how the digital world is changing their lives. One of the challenges we face right now is that the current debate around the use of AI is focused majoritatively on the consumer and the treatment of consumer and personal data. And whilst this is extremely important, we believe that what we have created that deals with a challenge rooted squarely in the industrial application of AI will help not only with the application of AI in other industries like ours, but also far more widely. I would like to draw some attention to the debate around AI ethics, which I don't think has necessarily received adequate attention in the conversation to date, specifically with regards to the responsibility of organizations to validate the safety and trustworthiness of the technologies that they adopt and the assurance processes they put in place to demonstrate the trustworthiness to their customers and where relevant, to their regulators. So far, the debate around AI ethics has really essentially hinged on questions of fairness. The debate is concerned with whether there are differential outcomes from the application of algorithms in reference to human beings that are reinforcing prejudicial or biased positions that are inherent in the status quo, or which emerge from bias encoded into the algorithm by its developers. This is why so much of the conversation is taken up with questions of transparency, explainability, and bias. These are all very important questions, but they are not the only important questions. We need to add voices to this conversation that can talk with significant experience about trustworthiness and safety in the context of the ethical adoption of new technologies. Trustworthiness speaks to the ability of developers of an AI system to offer assurances that their algorithm behaves as it should throughout its life, that it doesn't suffer from algorithmic drift as a result of self-learning cycles mutating away from known outcome expectations. But importantly, assuring trustworthiness doesn't necessarily guarantee fairness. You can have a reliable, nefarious AI, just as you can have a reliable, benign AI. Safety asks ethical questions about how the outcomes of any AI system might negatively impact on the physical well-being of people or of the planet, and arguably should extend beyond questions of psychological, political, and democratic and economic safety, as well as individual safety. And as a result, this ethical issue affects YouTube just as much as it affects Tesla. In publishing the Alethea framework, Rolls-Royce seeks to move rapidly towards a more practical and applied phase of ethical AI deployment and the management of risks in those deployments. We believe that the safety critical industrial sector has a significant contribution to make in sharing its experience of operating at the cutting edge of technologies that can have a direct and profound impact on safety, and for which trustworthiness and risk mitigation are therefore paramount. We would like to see a broader range of voices participating in the conversation, particularly around AI ethics, but also more broadly in terms of technological risk in general. Thank you ever so much for listening to me. I'm going to close this session now by showing you the internal case study that kicked the whole process off. If any of you would like to find out any more, please do ask questions right now, or alternatively, you can see the Alethea framework and indeed download it from the rollsroyce.com website. So thank you again.
So our application of AI is the automated visual inspection of single crystal nickel turbine blades. The current process is entirely manual. It's an extraordinarily difficult task. It's done in controlled light conditions. The inspectors use a magnifier and they're looking for very, very small findings, often of the order of a millimetre or two. The main benefit for us as a company through using AI in visual inspection is a clear productivity improvement, being able to inspect more components consistently with the given population of inspectors that we've got. What it means for the inspectors is the ability to use their hard-earned, hard-won knowledge in a much more productive manner. The automated system taking out components that they don't need to look at, allowing them to focus on those more complex, much more sophisticated problems. The Alethea framework contains within it a series of checks and balances that assure us that the output from an AI model is trustworthy. And similarly, it also contains checks and balances that require us to engage with employee representatives, such as the union, to make sure that we fully mitigate the deployment of this technology. And quite understandably, there is nervousness around automated processes. So the framework allows us to work our way through those issues with the union to make sure that we retain people within the business, we give them other opportunities outside of that area, and we retain those skills within the company. The Alethea framework allows us to adopt and deploy AI in a trustworthy manner, assuring us that it's safe and appropriate for use. That will make us a more agile, responsive, and sustainable business, and it will also improve working conditions and job opportunities for our inspectors.
Thank you ever so much, everybody. If you're interested in finding out more about the Alethea framework, you can download it. You can see here from the rollsroyce.com website. If you just go to www.rolls-royce.com and search for Alethea, ALETHEIA, you'll find it there. We'd be very keen to hear your feedback and understand how you think the framework might be improved. It's very much a version 1.0 right now, and we're hoping that in broadening the conversation, we'll be able to do a lot more towards helping artificial intelligences to be deployed in a trustworthy manner for all manner of use cases, including those of the industrial sector that we operate in. So thank you very much indeed.
So, that's amazing, Caroline. Thanks so much for joining us today. I've got two questions, and then we'll pick up some questions from the chat. Why did Rolls-Royce make their AI framework open? And then what are you going to do with it next?
Right. Okay. So the honest truth about why Rolls-Royce made its AI trustworthiness framework open is that we started this whole journey 2 years ago. And we started looking at an internal use case, which is that example that James gave you in the video, that idea about visual inspections. And we knew we'd been working in developing trustworthy AIs for a while, for about 10 years. And so we thought, do you know what, let's write down what we've done and let's turn it into a framework. And then the best thing to do is to go out and test this with everybody else who must already have a better framework that they've been developing for years. And we can share what we've done, and then they can tell us what they've done, and we'll be in a better place by doing that. So we went through this 18-month peer review period, and we talked to academic institutions, and we talked to technology companies, we talked to other safety critical businesses, and all with an intention of saying, look, here's what we've built, show us what you've built, and collectively we can make a better thing. And what actually happened was, in every single conversation, pretty much every single conversation, they turned around and said, nobody has built this yet. What you've built doesn't exist yet. We haven't got one to show you because we haven't built it yet. We've spent a lot of time thinking about the issues. We've got an awful lot of really strong philosophical thinking, legal thinking, sort of context and sort of issue thinking, but nobody's turned it into a procedurized framework that you can actually use in a manufacturing context like ours, and particularly not in a safety critical context like ours. So given that nobody else had done it yet, I genuinely went back into my CEO and said, we can't keep this to ourselves, it's too important. If it doesn't already exist, then it's got to be in the outside world. And Warren, bless him, comes from ARM, which is a business built on open source, built on being in the open, built on, having powerful integrated ecosystems that share. And so that, he was completely, he totally endorsed that. He completely saw the importance of that. And so we published it because it's too important to keep to ourselves. Some things are just too important to hide under the skirts of commercial narrow-mindedness, and Rolls-Royce doesn't behave that way.
Yeah, fantastic. And it sort of plays into everything ODI Leads is about, is doing things rather than talking about and discussing things. So that's amazing. And what do you think is going to happen next with it?
Genuinely, I don't know, but that's really exciting. So part of the point of being at the beginning of a conversation and wanting to publish openly in order to trigger that conversation is that the future is then really open to possibility. We're having a conversation, for example, with UNESCO about their approaches to global data ethics programs and how the Alethea framework might contribute to that. That's a brilliant conversation, but we would never have imagined that was where we were going with it. We're having a wonderful conversation with a group of international oncologists who are trying to think about how you might develop a version of the Alethea framework for validating that AIs that are used in mapping radiation treatment for cancer is done safely in a trustworthy way that's ethical. And again, that's not a conversation. If we'd started this from a kind of closed aerospace and defense or even high value manufacturing conversation perspective, we wouldn't have got there either. So I think the answer to the question, where is it going, is I have absolutely no idea, but I do know that the need for trustworthy mechanisms, particularly in safety critical deployments of artificial intelligence, is incredibly important. And anything that Rolls-Royce can do to help support those conversations and offer kind of starter yeast, if you like, into the process of growing that capability, I think is a worthwhile and important thing to do. Fantastic. There's a last question in the chat, which is about, is the framework aimed at developers or managers or QA people or all of the above, or many, many more people? All of the above, really. So it has inside it, there's 5 technical trustworthiness checks, which are more focused around the AI developer community, in that they explain a set of trustworthiness principles that you can use to be able to validate that your artificial intelligence isn't suffering from algorithmic drift across its life. It doesn't require you to open the black box, but it does allow you to validate that your AI is behaving as you would expect it to behave as a developer. So those 5 checks that are baked right into the middle probably are somewhat more oriented towards AI developers and the managers of AI developers. But in its entirety, because it's an ethics and trustworthiness framework, the ethical parts of it would apply at any place in an organization, any kind of decision maker who is thinking about deploying an AI and wondering whether it will have an ethical impact. And if it does, how you should manage that, how you should account for that, how you should ensure that that impact is within what you consider to be ethically acceptable, that the framework can work for anyone kind of facing those kinds of questions. Fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. It's been a fantastic talk, and it's really, I think it's going to be interesting to see where you go next. And I'm really excited to find out what happens. Yeah, totally. And anyone who's got a space that they're working in that has that quality of being safety critical and wants to talk to us about how Alethea might help, please just reach out. We're very happy to help broker those conversations in the network that we're building. Hopefully we'll get a bit more mature around it over the rest of this year. Thanks, Caroline. So next up, we've got George Canstocopoulos from Future Everything in Manchester, and he's going to be talking about their application of art and culture with data and digital. Thanks, Caroline. Over to George.
Hi, everyone. I'm George Konstantakopoulos, Business Innovation Lead at Future Everything. A quick intro for those that might not know Future Everything. For the last 25 years, we have been developing innovative digital arts and culture projects, enabling a global community of artists, technologies, and industry collaborators. Today, together, we're going on a journey. We will be exploring the intersection of arts, innovation, tech, data, and society. Now, throughout this journey, I hope to share knowledge, provide insights into our creative practice and arts thinking, as we discuss the link between art and innovation, cross-sector applications of arts and creative thinking, and the importance of arts in science and technology. What is the link between art and innovation? If you ask Google this question, it will come up probably with something like 819 million results. Now, if you scroll through those, you will identify articles from MIT Technology Review, Harvard, Stanford, the World Economic Forum, and the list goes on. Let's have a look into that. Now, I will try to bring clarity to the terms that I'm discussing and keep everyone on the same page. Now, what is innovation? What do we mean when we say innovation? For me, it's a new way to accomplish a goal, to make our lives or jobs easier, better, happier, more exciting, satisfying, or productive, etc., etc. It's about achieving a step change by creating a new way to do something, taking inspiration from existing knowledge. And what is art? Now, I'm probably the last person to try and define arts, but I'll try to keep it simple. Now, art is the expression of or application of human creative skill and imagination. It typically results to some form of visual or sound form, but art is not just about the creation of physical structures. It's also about culture, values, ethics, and many other things that can expand our horizons. These are the things that enables us to interrogate the world and knit together the fabric of our society. You might have noticed there is an underlying pattern between arts and science and technology creations and the thinking around that. There is a creative, imaginative process empowered by curiosity, a state of mind that sees no boundaries and sets to explore the impossible. Now, let's see some cross-sector applications of art and creative thinking. I think we're all synced now, so let's explore some of that. Is what you see on your screen art or an innovation? I see an innovative way to represent an event using arts. Now, let me ask you, did you know that twice daily, the European Space Agency flagship satellite, Sentinel-1A, passes over our heads? That is the event that I mentioned. Sentinel-1A maps the land and sea, capturing things like forestry, agriculture, and weather conditions, and supports climate prediction, modeling, and our understanding of the climate crisis. Kasia Molga and Scanner developed this simple software that would appear in different forms on our screen. It would pop out whenever Sentinel-1A was overhead, connecting us in real time with invisible networks above and below. This is just one of the initiatives and outcomes we developed as part of the GROW Observatory project. The work you see is named by the Code of Soil. It has been developed as part of the GROW Observatory, which is funded by the European Union Research and Innovation Programme under Horizon 2020. And it's been developed with fault lines artist Kasia Molga and sound artist Scanner. During the course of 3 years, GROW Observatory deployed more than 14,000 sensors across Europe, starting with 9 countries and slowly onboarding a total of 15. The GROW Observatory soil sensors were gathering 3 key indicators: soil moisture, temperature, and light data. Soil moisture is an essential climate variable, and measuring soil moisture at a global scale is a major challenge for satellite science. We have designed and deployed a number of interventions to transform complex data to meaningful visualizations that everyone can understand. What you see here is a map of the network in its initial form. And when you click in one of those countries' areas that you see on the screen, you see a representation of the layout of the sensor network and the timeline of the gathered data, as you can see on the right of the screen. These 14,000 sensors I mentioned before have been deployed by citizens, people like you and me, with an ultimate goal to improve the accuracy of the satellite observations from space. That's why GROW Observatory is called the Citizen Observatory, which is set to enable citizens in becoming citizen scientists. No, you don't need a PhD, but it might come handy, depending how much hands-on you want to go. The whole approach and way of doing things is based on the principle that citizens in today's societies have a much more active role, should have a much more active role to play in being part of the solution when you are looking into challenges like the climate crisis. The whole project has pushed the boundaries of what we can achieve if we work together. 18 organizations, an amazing mixture and diverse type of thinking and approach. This is what I'm talking about. Academic institutions like TU Wayne and the University of Dundee, non-profit organizations like the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, an Internet of Things SME, an Arts and Innovation Labs organization, the Met Office, and so many more, all working together. And you know what we have achieved? I know this slide is getting a bit geeky. Simply put, we have managed to validate satellite data using citizen-generated data. We managed to create a link between the two. This piece of work, what you see now on your screen, comes from the University of Miskolc. We need to give credits. Now, coming back to this, it uses GRO observatory data to generate the art form every time the satellite passes over our head. I think the most accurate description for what we see is that it's a data-driven digital artwork. That's how we describe it, at least. Now, shall we see a bit more of cross-sector application of art and creative thinking? Remember the pattern between arts, science, and technology, the underlying factors, creativity, imagination, curiosity. When applied to one of these big tech events, one of the biggest, actually, tech events in the world, we imagine a space where people could practice upcycling. So starting from what you see on your screen and using a number of different tools, like even 3D printing and a number of other things on a makerspace, we brought people together to create things. So from that waste that you saw, we are going to what you see on your screen now. So we explored the idea that after the end of the life cycle of a product, you take it and use it in some other form. That is what we call upcycling. So we created an experience that allowed people to do just that. Now, why is it important for the arts thinking and in science and technology? Why is this type of thinking so important? Did you know that when Albert Einstein felt out of sync while working out general relativity theory, he would pull out his violin and play Mozart, and he would do so until he could reconnect to what he called the harmony of the spheres. On the other hand, a statement from a figure that you will all recognize. I always thought of myself as a humanities person as a kid, but I liked electronics. Steve Jobs said that to Walter Isaacson when they embarked on his biography. By why should we be bothered? Like, why is this so important? Scientific and technological innovations and achievements were a core element of the Industrial Revolution. The thinking that has been developed in the process have brought us to today. What will the future look like if we continue applying the same way of thinking? What will be the outcome as we push for an equitable, inclusive, and diverse society for everyone around the world? What will happen as the so-called developing world starts using more and more the so-called developed world technologies and innovations, applying the same type of thinking? We need to apply a different type of thinking. We need to apply a different approach in problem solving and bring the arts thinking as a core element to it. I'm not saying that this is the solution to everything and all of our challenges, but it is surely one of the things that we need to do more. A more creative and diverse thinking approach to problem solving and saving solutions. In conclusion, art thinking and innovative thinking are very similar. It's a very similar type of thinking. When combined with a diverse group of people, individuals, and organizations working together, they can achieve amazing things. We need more of this type of approach and thinking to achieve a better way of approaching problem solving and innovation. Thank you.
2, 1. Well, thanks, George. That was amazing. I really liked the discussion of involving real people in your work, and I think that's something that's close to our hearts at ODI Leeds. People talk a lot about citizen science, but you've actually done it, and I think if you could just talk us through why it's a good thing to do, I guess.
Thanks, Paul, and thanks for inviting me and for having me as a speaker. I think citizen science for me is something that is like really forward thinking, and I can see so many organizations actually trying to approach to like simplify a bit what that is actually providing the tools and support and the processes, creating the operations for people to be able to contribute into decision making or into informing potential innovations. So I think citizen science is something that we have used in these particular projects, and we couldn't actually achieve what we have achieved. We have achieved to validate satellite products using data generated from citizens. So people having sensors in the backyard, not as simple as I describe it here, but practically almost that, have managed to validate satellites, which is like, it's quite interesting approach, isn't it?
It's amazing, and I think it democratizes a lot of work, and it also cuts down barriers between people's expectations of how technology should be applied, and it also gives us a way to develop things quicker and faster. So yeah, and particularly, and also get people involved in policy development and how people do make things better. So yeah, that's really interesting. And what do you think is going to happen next with your projects and how you're applying them?
So this project, the one that I talked about, the Grow Observatory, was a European funded project. Probably I should say this, under the Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. Now, the specific project has finished, but many innovations have spun out of that. Like there is an SME, we worked together with the Open Data Institute. I think it was like specifically the team in London, and we've invited an SME to be part of the process. They used the generated data into agricultural processes and trying to improve the understanding of the crops and the actual potential harmful events that might happen, but also understanding the cycles in a better way of the production.
Fantastic. So George, thanks so much for joining us today on the Northernlands over in Manchester, and I'm sure we'll be doing some more work together in the future.
Perfect. Yes. Absolutely.
Next up, we've got one of your erstwhile colleagues, Julian Tate from Open Data Manchester. And Julian's going to be talking about the Declaration for Responsible and Intelligent Data Practice. I had to read that out because I wanted to make sure that I got it right. Thanks, George. Now over to Julian.
Hello, my name's Julian Tate, and I'm really pleased to be here so that I can talk to you a little bit about the declaration that we've been developing over the last 2 years. So most of you will already know who Open Data Manchester is. We were formed in 2010 from a disparate group of people working in the public, private, civil society and academic sectors, journalists, artists and activists, basically anybody who wanted to see data used more responsibly and intelligently, often but not always focusing on open data. We also tend to co-opt Manchester iconography, and if this event was a live event, we will be probably handing out stickers as we speak. So we all know that data can help us understand and tackle some of the biggest challenges that we are facing in society today. We only have to see how sharing data openly has helped in this country's COVID response, not only as open data, but as data shared between different organisations in a way that would normally take months of data sharing agreements to be negotiated. Sharing of the genomic sequencing data from the SARS-CoV-2 virus has enabled the development of vaccines and the tracking of mutations of concern, both here and globally. Data also enables us to manage our day-to-day, whether it be service delivery or getting on a train. But there is an increasing distrust in data processes and the decisions that are being made from them. After the A-level and GCSE assessment fiasco last year, students protested on the streets and the press and politicians laid into the creators of the Frankenstein assessment process. The mutant algorithm was cast asunder to never rear its ugly face again, even though it could be argued that the algorithm was fairer than the grade inflation that took place after the algorithm was discarded. But aside from this, we see regular reports of the unfair and errant uses of data and the processes built upon them. And all this goes to erode trust. It is into this environment the Declaration was born. From many of the conversations we've had during Open Data Manchester's work and the conversations with our community, it was felt that trust had to be regained. And the way that data processes were designed, especially when they impacted on people, had to be more transparent and legible, designed with and not to, with potential harms identified and minimized. A line needed to be drawn in the sand by those who wanted to do good by data versus those who sought to exploit without regard for the negative impacts brought about through irresponsible data practice. It was also decided that the declaration had to be based on place, even though its principles are universal. Developed over 2 years through interviews and workshops across public, private, academic and voluntary and civil society sectors, the Declaration's statement of intent was forged to create a shared vision of what this best practice should look like. Through this process, its attributes, opportunities and concerns were mapped. Issues were identified, such as the pressure to transform and innovate at pace in a time of fiscal stress, where services had to be maintained and decisions were being made without any wider ethical consideration, and the growing sense that citizens felt they were losing control in the face of technology's inevitable progression. Drafts were written and rewritten. And the result is a co-designed vision of what best practice in Greater Manchester should look like. The statement of intent contains 23 principles across 9 themes, including the collection and use of data, governance, respect for all, system design, procurement, a powerful tool to affect change, knowledge sharing and open data, well, we had to get that in there somehow, and environmental impact, an issue that in a time of climate emergency is woefully neglected regarding data practice, and our need to consider resource issues and circularity within our economy. It was designed to be practical and pragmatic. We all know where we want to be, but some of us have further to travel. Practice and knowledge around responsible and intelligent data use exists in all sectors, but these strengths often exist in silos. Part of the declaration is about how we share these skills so that a small startup developing the next big thing has access to good information governance practice, and a public sector organisation is able to access knowledge about the latest developments in automated decision making. The stage we are at now is the creation of the implementation and support framework so that people and organisations can align their processes to the declaration, and the governance system so that relevance is maintained as society, technology and work practices change. And it is this that we are developing this year. Underpinning the declaration are 4 common principles. The first one being that we understand why we are collecting data and designing systems. Blue sky thinking is essential for us to imagine a better future, but technology and data are tools to use to get us there and not an end in themselves. The declaration is deferential to the Human Rights Act, especially Clause 8, which also underpins many of the privacy protecting regulations that we see today, such as GDPR or the CCTV Camera Act. We have to win back trust, and to do this, we have to be deserving of it through meaningful engagement in the ways that we design and govern systems. And that we embrace the opportunities, but we are also aware of the actions that may create harm. And this we need to actively try and prevent. Locality is the glue that holds the declaration together, as it's about building on the strengths and connections that we have with place, our networks, the places where we work, rest and play, where our kids go to school, the services we access. So we're at the start of this journey, And already we've garnered support both from within GM and outside. We are really pleased that ODI leads are supporting this initiative, and we encourage people to join us. Cheekily, I just want to plug a few things that are coming up related to the declaration at Open Data Manchester. We have the last event in our Policy, Politics and the Algorithm series, looking at how we can scrutinise and make AI, automatic decision making, machine learning more accountable. And to do this, we have Professor Jeanette Hoffman from the Berlin Social Science Centre, who's recently written about platform observability, Nicholas Kaiser-Brill from Algorithm Watch, based in Brussels, and Professor Keely Crockett from MMU, who talks about the interface between the human and AI and the liability that exists therein. And this is chaired by Peter Wells. After that, we've got How to Build a Data Cooperative with Asta Kapoor from the Apti Institute in Bangalore, Hayes Witt from Driver Seat Co-op in Milwaukee, US, a cooperative that is enabling Uber and Lyft drivers to collect their data and so they can maximize their own revenue. And myself, we've been undertaking a data cooperative project recently, and that is chaired by Anouk Ruhak. So thank you very much, and please do get in touch if you want to hear more about the declaration.
Thanks, Julian. That was amazing, and it seems so appropriate for the declaration to have been born in Manchester. It is really a Tides of History piece there. So I've got just a couple of questions, and then we've got some in the chat as well. So why did you make it, and why do you think it's needed?
The reason why it came about is we've done some work previously around about 2016, 2017, looking at Internet of Things and the implementation of what seemed to be kind of random IoT systems within the city of Manchester. So you find that there's a kind of almost like the Wild West. There were things on lampposts and everything. And we looking into them and trying to work out who was putting these things up. There was no kind of overarching kind of control over these systems. And we were speaking to the local city council, and they were aware that these things were being put in, but they had no kind of broader view of the impacts and implications of these things. So you get kind of information boards that may be outside health clinics, and which may be recording location data, and it was kind of all these kind of various issues that were starting to appear. And also from the community, there was a growing discussions around this kind of the need to try and make a stand about what good with data looks like. And I think it's from those conversations and conversations with other people, because we're kind of connected with yourselves, the ODI in London. I mean, the open community is so vast and broad and global that we thought, well, perhaps in Manchester, perhaps we can actually start to co-create something with the people who are impacted by and use these technologies.
Fantastic, and we're obviously a signatory to the declaration. How do people get involved if they want to, and how would they use the declaration in real life?
Well, at the moment, we're asking people to basically support what we're doing, and this is kind of a growing community of people. So people can become a supporter, and during 2021 we're developing the implementation framework. So we kind of not only are we trying to find these resources because there's this huge complex variety of resources that are available. There's I think the last count was 53 different ethics frameworks that exist within Europe, and you have to navigate through these things, and especially when speaking to SMEs and small businesses or just people who are just starting out on the journey, and you kind of say, well, what do we do? Where do we look? Where is the advice? And so we're trying to curate. We're not trying to create another ethics framework. We're just trying to steer people in the right direction. And so the next year, that's what we're developing. That's the journey we're going on, and we'll be doing an open call to try and collect those resources. But initially, we want people to kind of contact us, say they would like to support it, and then after we've gone through the implementation framework process, then they can then become signatories and then commit to implementation.
Fantastic. And in terms of Open Data Manchester, let us know, you've mentioned some of your events there. What else is happening for you over the Pennines?
Well, we're doing quite a lot of stuff with, we're working in communities in South Manchester, where we're kind of implementing air quality sensors, tapping into road traffic systems to try and understand the causal relationship between motorised traffic and air quality. And what essentially within that project also, we're training cohorts of community data gatherers. So we're trying to help people take more to actually take possession of the data that's about them and their communities, so they can actually, so it's kind of a performative kind of thing, so they feel more empowered with the data that they create, so they can actually see how that relates to other things that perhaps are collected officially, etc. So we're doing a lot of work around that.
Amazing. I'm really looking forward to hearing about that. And now it's time for a cup of tea. So we're going to be back at 11:30 with Jenny Tennyson from ODI HQ. Thanks, Julian, and thanks everyone for watching, and we'll see you at 11:30.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a lovely cup of tea or some coffee. And next up, we've got Jenny Tennyson from ODI HQ. I'll let her introduce her talk. Over to you, Jenny.
Hello everyone, my name's Jenny Tennyson and I'm Vice President and Chief Strategy Advisor at the Open Data Institute. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is how we move beyond a narrative that is around purely privacy in terms of rights around data to one that is thinks more broadly about equity as well. This talk is inspired by some of the things that I'm seeing happening in the way in which we're talking about data at the moment. And in particular, the kind of artificial conflict that is being created between those on one side that talk about the real need for innovation and public good from data, and as if it is in some way opposed to the need for privacy and control around data. And I think it's really important that we don't make that a conflict. I think it's something that we don't have to have as a conflict, that we can do both. And so I want to talk a bit about why these things are important and how we can think about it. I'm going to talk then about why these issues about innovation and public good around data are particularly prevalent now and why we have to think about rights beyond privacy. I'm going to give a framework, talk through a framework for thinking about interests in and rights in data, and then talk a little bit about implications for how we design data governance and data applications, given those distinct and different kinds of interests that you have around data. So a lot of this talk is inspired by a paper by Salome Villion called Democratic Data, Relational Theory for Data Governance. It's a fantastic paper and I do recommend that you go and read it. It is quite dense. It talks about datafication, about the population level effects of data, about the kind of limitations of individualistic approaches to data protection, and calls for democratic data institutions to manage data that is about lots of us. So I'm going to go through a bit of some of the thinking and some of my own ideas around this to try and explain how we make this a bit more practical. So Salome talks about how in the old days, there used to be a very simple way in which we interacted with data that was about us. You would provide data about you to some arbiter, say a bank that was thinking about whether to give you a loan or not, and they would make decisions based on the information that you provided. And that's a very kind of linear, pure vertical relationship between yourself and the bank. But nowadays, where we have huge data sets of people that are like you as well as yourself, then the arbiter isn't just making decisions based on the information you individually have provided. They're also making decisions based on information about people like you, what their, whether they pay back loans, for example, might feed into a decision about whether you deserve a loan. And if you see it in reverse, then decisions about lots of other people are being made based on data about you. So, you know, whether they get loans is based on whether you make your repayments as well. And this sets up a different kind of relationship between us and the as individuals and the organization that is making those decisions, and a relationship between us as people, as providers of data, and as people who have decisions made about us and data. So this diagram kind of brings that together in a kind of abstract kind of relationship. So we can see that often arbiters, people who are making decisions, organizations like banks or like public services, will be using a database of population level data built up of personal data from lots of what I call donors. So people who are donating data into that database, whether kind of consciously and willingly or unwillingly. then the arbiter, the organization, will be making decisions about a particular thing for you. So whether you get that loan or or benefit, for example, based on not only personal data, but also that population level data. And of course, their decisions may give you benefits or they may give you harms. And I call the people that are affected by those decisions victims, not because always those are harmful actions on the behalf of the arbiter, but because the victims tend to not have very much control. In our current data protection kind of framework, we think a lot about providing personal data and the collection of personal data, but not very much, not as much about how data might be used by on people and to make decisions about people whose data was never collected, right? And it means that there's this relationship between donors and victims. And sometimes those are the same people, but other times then they can be very different people. So for example, a database might be made up of images of faces in another culture and then be used in a particular country where the donor data is very, very different from the victim data in that context. So thinking about it in those terms, there are two sets of kind of places where we need to weigh up different kinds of interests. The first is around individual interests versus collective interests. And individuals do have interests in the way in which data that is about them gets collected and stored and then used. So for example, data collection can result in people feeling like they're being watched and being uncomfortable with that feeling. We all feel uncomfortable when we feel like we're being watched all the time. The fact that data has been stored about them means that there's a potential for data breaches and for identity theft. And individuals may well have interests in making sure that data isn't used in ways that don't benefit them, right? We all want the things that we provide to be used for benefit for us. Our collective interests, on the other hand, and this is no more apparent than through the COVID-19 pandemic, is that we need to understand collectively what's happening in the world in order to direct resources, make better policy decisions. And it means that within that collective interest bundle, there might be some winners and some losers, some people who do benefit from data about them being used to make those collective decisions, and some people who don't benefit, perhaps because resources are directed away from them, because in the assessment, then we identify that they have less need of them and there are higher priority things that need to be done. So there's always a tension between individual interests in data and collective interests that we have in data as communities or as societies. There's also this distinction between donor interests and victim interests. If we have, for example, a database of health records, then the donors into that might not want to be asked too many questions. It might be tedious to have to reply to them. And again, that feeling of being watched and scrutinized is problematic. They do probably want the data to be used in ways that they approve of, and preferably that there's some benefit back to them as donors rather than it all falling to others, although that's not to discount that people do also have altruistic motives when they donate data in those ways. And then on the victim side, then on those who have data used on them, they obviously want data to be used in ways that affect them, to be detailed, to be representative, to be accurate, to be something that is going to be applicable to their situation. And if you think about it, the fact that they want data to be detailed and representative makes an obligation on the donors to provide that detailed and representative data when they don't want to be asked too many questions. So there's a distinction there between donor interests and victim interests and different interests in the way in which we design data collection and data governance. Now, working through like those kinds of challenges, it's really useful to have tools to do that. And obviously, I have to talk about our data ethics canvas that developed by the ODI that really helps you go through how data is being used, what kind of constraints there are, what kind of impacts there might be from the way in which data is used. But one of the things that's really important about the data ethics canvas is that it emphasizes engagement with communities and individuals who will be affected by the use of data. The other framework that I think is useful here is thinking about it in terms of public participation. And this framework, the IAP2 spectrum on public participation, talks about how, you know, you can just inform people, let them know what's happening. You can consult them, tell them your plans and get feedback on it. You can properly involve them, have a more iterative process. You can work together to collaborate around plans, around anything, but in this case, data applications, or you can empower them. You can say that you are in control of what happens here, rather than give them the authority and autonomy to work out what to do. So if we think about that in terms of the framework that I was just describing about individuals and collective interests and victims and donors, I think what might you can see that you can map the different ways in which different individuals and collective interests might be represented from donors and from victims, how they might be able to be actively involved. So for example, you might have an application where individuals get to opt out, have complete control, get to opt out in their privacy preferences from data collection. And you might have a collective mechanism as well for donors to get together to give their feedback on how data collection happens. But in this example, it might be that the victims, whether individually or collectively, only get to know, only get to be told how data is going to be used. And that doesn't empower them in different ways. So thinking about the different levels of participation of these different types of users, individuals and collectives, donors and victims, is a way of thinking through what kind of engagement you might need around a data project. Anyway, that was really quick, but I wanted to give you some of the rationale for why the modern uses of data do require a different way of thinking about rights and interests beyond privacy, and how in our modern data applications, we do have to balance these individual and collective rights, donors and victim interests in data. And that in data projects, we really do need to be clear about the different levels of engagement and participation we're using with those different individuals, groups, donors and victims, just to set expectations and to ensure that you're listening to the right kinds of people, because there are choices to be made here. But it's by working through how we make those choices that we get to a system that properly balances the need for innovation and public good from data and the need for individuals to be protected and feel autonomy. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Jenny. That was amazing as always. And I've got a couple of questions, and then we'll pick up some more in the chat. But if we just go straight into it, so what does this, for citizens who are navigating how big tech impacts their lives? So, what's your point of view on how we start to get some of our equity back?
So, I think the part of the point of what I was trying to get across in this talk is that views around tackling that question that are focused on individuals somehow being able to do this on their own, get back equity on their own, are just not well founded. The fact is that it's a collective problem around how data about us is used, and also like what it's used for and how it affects us. These are collective problems, and therefore we need to kind of address them collectively. Now, there are different kinds of views about what that means. Like there could be a collective view that is lots of individuals getting together and through kind of people power us being able to do something about it. Or there's a collective view that is actually this requires international government action, and there's kind of anywhere in between those. Personally, I tend to the latter rather than the former. I think that in order to shift the kind of power that big tech have, that we need, proper collective action at an international level, at a government level, and the kind of more kind of scrappy kind of approaches with unions and so forth that I think are going to find it very difficult to topple the kind of power that big tech have.
And so normally my instinct would be, but we need to do something, and government doesn't move fast enough. But over the past year, governments, especially in Europe, have moved fast, haven't they? And could you just let us know something more about the way in which Europe has moved, and how that might, how could the UK move in a similar way?
Well, I think we're at an interesting time, mostly because of how the US might move, right? So new Biden administration might not be quite so, it might have a different kind of attitude around big tech. And in particular, I noted that Tim Yu, who has written about too big to fail organizations, and that actually being big as a problem in and of itself, has actually been appointed around kind of competition in fair trading in the US, right? And I think that for me is the bit that makes the change. Let's see what happens at, say, the G7 or through other kinds of international cooperation like this year, because it could be a kind of switch, but it will take some pressure, I think, from all around in order to amplify how big a problem this is for us as individuals and societally.
So you're again advocating and letting people know what an important issue it is for normal people is going to make a difference.
And like what it is that we see the actual solution as being, because there are various different approaches to that. Some people advocate for need for additional data portability, interoperability between these platforms as the way out, and others it's like, no, we need to break up these big organizations in order to handle it. So it'll be interesting to see where that kind of balance falls.
So interesting times, I guess, and it could happen quicker than we imagine, I guess.
Like I say, I think that Biden is interested in this as an area. So with that kind of leadership, you never know.
Well, fantastic. As always, it's great to have you at ODI Leeds, and it's a shame that you're not here in person. But
next year, eh?
Next year, absolutely. So thanks, Jenny. And what I'd like to do now is I'll introduce Danielle Knight from the University of Westminster, who her talk manages to link all of the things we're talking about: data, digital, work in the Netherlands, and also work over here in the UK. So thanks, Jenny, and over to Danielle.
Hello, I'm Danielle Knight. I'm a collaboration partner at the University of Westminster in London, in the UK. And I'll just give you a bit of background on the University of Westminster. It was established as in 1838 as the Royal Polytechnic Institution. So it's had a long history of applied research and teaching, which integrates with industry. And the university's perhaps most well known for our world-leading communications and media research institute, as well as work in fashion and the music industry, as well as architecture and logistics and computer science and informatics. So famous alumni that you may have heard of include Dame Vivienne Westwood, the fashion designer Christopher Bailey, filmmaker Charlie Brooker, physician and microbiologist Sir Alexander Fleming, and members of Pink Floyd and the Rolling Stones. So the university currently partners with around 200 different businesses, including Burberry, Huawei, Transport for London, and to name just a few. So my role is to work alongside academics and researchers within the University of Westminster's College of Design, Creative and Digital Industries. So and together we develop collaborative R&D projects with external partners. So there's a wealth of world-leading expertise and work within the college, which unfortunately I don't have time to delve into too deeply today, but here's a kind of snapshot overview of the research areas where collaboration with industry is making a real impact. So there's computer vision and imaging technologies, urban air transport management and future scenario planning for aviation using big data, cybersecurity, serious games in various domains from health to museum education, and there's a big emphasis on augmented reality and VR as well, and several different departments dealing with that, and different laboratories as well. So my role is to facilitate collaboration and to ensure that external partnerships are meaningful and impactful, and that knowledge exchange is happening as much as possible. So today I'd like to introduce you to a couple of projects that are either just coming to an end at the University of Westminster or are ongoing at the moment. And they relate to several of the key themes from Northernlands 3. So the first one's climate emergency and planetary data, but it also relates to urban living, and that's the Monsoon Assemblages project, which I'll introduce you to in a minute. And then we'll also be looking at data rights and data security through the Asclepios project. But before I do that, I'd just like to briefly explain the University of Westminster's approach to open data and open access to research. So it's about a balance of openness between being as open as possible, but as restricted as necessary. So we think it's an ethical research principle which enables equitable access to public knowledge. Multiple reasons for that, preventing false information, and ensuring that innovative methods and approaches and ideas are as accessible as possible. So here is the Monsoon Assemblages project. So this is an interdisciplinary international project, which is exploring the relationship between changing monsoon climates and rapid urban growth in 3 of South Asia's largest cities, which is Chennai, Dhaka and Yangon. And this project has been undertaken at a time when volatile monsoon climates are converging with normative city planning and unplanned urban growth as well. So this international team are led by the University of Westminster's Professor Lindsay Bremner, and that's in collaboration with Indian Institute of Technology in Chennai, in India, and the Bengal Institute of Architecture in Dhaka, and Anna University in Chennai, and then also an NGO called Care Earth Trust in Chennai, and research initiatives in Bangladesh as well. So the aim of the project is to produce knowledge of and design strategies as well for these urban environments, which are very large cities, and conceptualizing them as more than human monsoonal ecological systems that operate across multiple scales with many different types of data and being generated and also analysed. So the project develops an interdisciplinary approach to the design of cities. So it's, instead of treating the monsoon as a threat, it's looking at it as an organising principle of urban life. And assessing the potential impact of that approach as well for contemporary life within these cities. So what's quite interesting about this project is that it was funded as part of the Horizon 2020 Open Data Pilot Scheme. So I'm not sure if you are aware of it. The European Commission enables open access and reuse of research data generated by those projects. And there are 2 main pillars to that. One being a data management plan and the other being open access to the research data that emerges from the project. So it's been really exciting for us because this the Monsoon Assemblages project is the first project that the University of Westminster is funding as a data repository. So we're very excited about that. And then there are also multiple ways that this research is being communicated and to make it accessible to the public and to all sorts of different stakeholders. So There is an open access website which you can access at the bottom, and there's some beautiful publications that you can find on there. Everything's open access and free. There's also the exhibition is being launched. It was launched a couple of weeks ago, so it's online. You can access it until the end of March, and then ongoing as well. But there's events that you might be able to sign up to as well. So do check it out. It's really exciting, and you can find out much more than I'm able to tell you today, or do ask questions about it later on as well. So here are some of the publications that you can download. As I mentioned, the architects, I don't know, they just always sometimes make the most beautifully designed publications as well as buildings. So yes, they're multimedia publications, so check them out on the website. And the next project that I'd like to talk to you about is Asclepios, and this is another European Commission funded project, and it's a large-scale collaborative project with partners across Europe, and it's began in 2019 and it's ongoing until 2022. It's led by the director of the Centre for Parallel Computing at the University of Westminster, Professor Tamas Kis. And the vision of Asclepios is to maximise and strengthen the trust of users of cloud-based healthcare services, and doing that by developing mechanisms for protecting both corporate and personal sensitive data, so individuals' medical data. So the project is in the area of cybersecurity generally, but that's within a healthcare context such as hospitals and care centres. So it's aiming to improve the security of e-health systems and connected medical devices. And the core technical focus here is cryptography and data security. But it's also heavily concentrating on data sharing as well, about access rights, GDPR considerations, and patients' and researchers' access rights and patterns to data, and how that all interacts. So Asclepios architecture is developing novel security solutions for handling sensitive medical data. And then at the same time, it's about raising awareness of data security and sharing in healthcare organisations for all of the different practitioners and also patients and any professionals that might be involved in this as well. So I've just summarised here the different technological and research objectives. So the project consortium is it's a very interesting model. As I mentioned before, it's organisations from across Europe are involved in this. The Amsterdam University Medical Centres are involved in this, University in Florida, we've got the Norwegian Centre for E-Health Research, organisations in Sweden, and cybersecurity organisations in Greece, and different SMEs as well, all working together on this. So it's feeding it, it's such a varied amount of data, all feeding into this as well, and everybody talking about their various concerns. So I'm just going to give you a very brief overview of the Asclepios project and the architecture. So it's investigating, customizing and applying new cloud orchestration technologies for the cloud deployment hosting of its demonstrators. So the architecture consists of different layers. You've got a trusted cloud provider layer, which is on the infrastructure as service model basis, and it's responsible for storing encrypted versions of users' data. That's patients, doctors, healthcare practitioners, and so on and so forth. And a key tray is the key storage component there. And it's responsible for storing ciphertext of all the symmetric keys, and that have been generated by different data owners and have been used to encrypt medical records. So after that, you've got a crypto layer, and the crypto layer will be implemented as a collection of cryptographic algorithms and will form one of the key components for the security of Asclepios, and also its main functionality as well. And then there's an analytics layer, and that the project is expecting a massive volume of data to be generated through this work, and it will be processed through the Asclepios framework. And it will result in insights with potential significance here. So that's why there's a separate layer that will be responsible for conducting analytics within the architecture because of the wide range of health data. So there's also a policy enforcement layer, which will introduce the appropriate methods and tools to implement an efficient and flexible access policies, middleware and modern cloud-enabled healthcare systems too. There's a registration authority layer responsible for medical personnel and patients' underlying electronic healthcare service aspect. And it's also connected to the attestation layer that will allow certain users to validate the service integrity. And it's about all relating to the trustworthiness of the overall service that will be offered. And finally, we come to the revocation layer, which is responsible for the revocation of users that might have been compromised or lost their access rights. So that brings me to the end of explaining about Asclepios. And yes, it's been great to introduce those projects to you, but hopefully we can talk through them a little bit more in the questions. So look forward to talking to you then. Thank you.
Thanks, Danielle, and welcome back to ODI Leeds, but this time it's on a video call, not in person. So the first thing I want to do is congratulate you for hitting all of the key points that we're looking for. So we're working with data, we're working with digital, we're working with health. You've linked to our North Sea neighbours, and we're working with some great people. So the first question I've got is, if we want to look at the exhibition, where do we find it?
So it's online now. It's a virtual exhibition and it's up until the 29th of March. And if you follow the link that was in the talk, it's called Monsoon Multiplicities, and you can book for free via Eventbrite. I'll link it into the chat on the ODI on the event website in a moment as well.
Fantastic. And there are so many aspects to what you've done, and I've just been listening to it for the first time now. So what do you think that, difficult to say, but sort of normal people can take out of this, and how do we're sort of looking at equity in terms of data, and especially around trust and health? Mm-hmm. What are some of the key things that you found in the work?
So I think it's interesting in terms of when we're talking about cloud computing, because there are a couple of concerns generally which are around, on the one hand you've got privacy, and on the other you've got security, and they intersect of course, but it's often common in the kind of really large cloud-based computing that you've got high security, so things are patched quite quickly, but the privacy might not be as great. And then if you've got kind of smaller secured networks, that what you would have would be where there might be, so in a hospital, for example, in more traditional settings where Asclepios wasn't at play, that you would have high privacy, but the security might be a bit slower to respond. And so what's quite interesting about the kind of aims of the Asclepios project is that it's kind of secure and scalable, and it can be used on either, which is fantastic. So I think it's just that there's a solution that is really transferable across lots of different applications, essentially, which is quite exciting.
Yeah, fantastic. And we need to get more people to access those tools, and I guess get out of sometimes we call it the privacy trap, where we're constantly talking about ethics and privacy when we don't get into the innovation conversation.
Exactly. So it's fantastic, and I think having all of those different partners involved in the project has really allowed to kind of get to the core of what needs to happen in terms of
And
innovation.
as always, we're thinking about what happens next. So you talked about some really interesting projects there. So where do you think they're going to go next? And we're talking about Brexit, we're talking about our North Sea neighbours, we're talking about a load of things that are really interesting. And what happens next?
It's very interesting with obviously in relation to healthcare and thinking about people's privacy. Of course, there's talk of vaccine passports and things like this, isn't there, going forwards? And yeah, the ethical implications of that in terms of equality and diversity and access. But I think, you know, whether that comes to pass or not, in terms of people's health and well-being, if this can be rolled out in kind of care home settings, it has huge potential for really helping people to engage a bit more with their healthcare and their information and what that means, and to be a bit more aware of it. And rather than it being something that's kind of scary or seems very technical, that it's kind of user focused as well, whether that be healthcare professionals who are all across an organisation, or whether that's patients, and getting people to kind of engage with their health and well-being in collaboration.
I'm just going to show you my badge, which is that's Open Data Saves Lives, and it's a badge big enough so that people can see. So we'd love you to join in with our Open Data Saves Lives work, which is all about open innovation in the health sector. So we'll be getting you involved in that when that kicks off in Nanga. We've been doing it this year, but it'll kick off more from April next year. We've got some really good news to share on that.
Look forward to that. I've actually still got my badge from the previous Northernlands event that I attended, which says "Stay in touch with the Dutch," and I've still got it. I should have been wearing it today, really.
Absolutely, yeah. So thanks very much, and I think stay in touch with the Dutch is absolutely what our sponsors would want to hear today with our North Sea neighbours. So thanks, Danielle. And next, we're going to introduce Zandra Moore from Pan Intelligence, who is one of our scale-ups from this part of the world, and that's part of the focus of Northernlands 3 is to introduce you to startups and scale-ups. So Zandra is going to talk about her business, what it does, and how it can be applied. Thanks, Danielle.
Thanks for inviting me, Paul.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, so my name is Zandra Moore. I'm the CEO of Pan Intelligence. We're a data analytics software company based in Leeds. I'm going to talk to you about embedding analytics internationally and how we at Pan Intelligence are helping global technology companies to give better insights to non-technical people. So Pan Intelligence was born originally out of a fintech organization. We were a business intelligence tool that was designed for anybody to be able to build their own insights. So think data visualization, think reporting, think machine learning for non-technical people. So we do three things, but we do that by enabling those companies that have that data, so software vendors predominantly, and often cloud software vendors, to unlock that capability of giving end users the ability to self-serve. So build a report, build a data visualization, build a machine learning model for themselves to predict and automate decisions, all embedded within SaaS vendors' platforms. Now, we know that the data analytics market is growing rapidly, and many of the McKinsey reports and other reports that are coming out now show that the recovery from COVID will be digitally and data-driven. And we've seen all too often that actually our consumption of online technology to manage our working environment, entertain us during this period has accelerated. So cloud is the new normal from a data collection point of view. And we're really trying to enable those people that have that data stored in those environments to give them the tools and capabilities to give more people access in an easier way. We as a company have been growing. We concluded our Series A funding round in 2019, so we're scaling our journey, and part of that has been expanding and reaching out to international organisations, and we've been growing our base of customers in the US, opening our office in Boston earlier in 2019, and we've been trading and working quite a lot actually in the Netherlands over the last 12 months. So companies like Book, who provide point of sale, SaaS-based, cloud-based point of sale solutions to the to the retail sector in Holland is a big partner of ours. They're enabling small pop-up, startup, independent retailers to have point of sale solutions that they can consume on a laptop or mobile device. And we are the data insight engine for that kind of retail economy that has obviously faced a great deal of challenge over that period. Exact has been a partner of ours for a number of years. That's a very well-known accounting platform provider in Holland. And again, we worked with them on a hack a year or so ago to predict invoices that are most likely to not get paid so that those teams could take interventions. But we work across a whole range of industries, helping sectors like healthcare, education, construction, to unlock that data and make it available to more people. So what is it we do? Well, I talked about those three things, sort of reporting, data visualization, and prediction. And the market at the moment is really complicated. There are a whole range of different tools and technologies at that hindsight reporting stage, insight, data visualization and consumption of real-time data, and foresight, prediction, machine learning. There's a range of tools. So it's complex and disconnected. So we have all of those three things in one technology. So that enables us to give anybody that has data a single application to do all those three things. And it's absolutely designed to be embedded. So when I talk about embedded internationally, I mean embedded in your platform, in your infrastructure, not alongside, but inside for you to switch on that capability. So we make that really easy. It's a usage-based model, and we do that quickly because it's a completely no-code application. You don't need any code or to write a line of code to deploy us, nor do your users need to understand code to be able to use the technology. So simple, powerful, and quick to give these insights over whatever data that you have, whether that is open data or data you're collecting or different data sets. It can be a combination of sources that we can connect into to unlock that capability. And like I said, this is usage based. So for anybody that's looking to do some data exploration quickly, this is not going to be a significant overhead for that project or that application. This is based on how much it's used and what it's being used for. And we work with technology companies like AWS, we're a partner, but also Azure and Google Cloud and private cloud. So we're able to be deployed in a whole range of environments and work with tools like Snowflake, Redshift, and all sorts of other integration partners. So we'll connect into whatever you have and make it easy for you to do. So business intelligence and data exploration is changing. It's changing because of the volumes of data, but also the users and consumers of that data are wanting to be empowered to truly self-serve. So we're really part of that kind of migration from what I would call legacy business intelligence to the new kind of consumption of data that is empowered for citizen data scientists. So if you think about the no-code revolution, this is really about citizen developers and citizen data scientists, non-technical people being empowered to access data. And there are a number of different use cases that we can give you examples of. An example here I've got is around construction. This was a great use case from going into COVID, where they needed to manage the people that were on site during that period for social distancing, but also predicting any risks that may occur from not having the right amount of people on site from a health and safety point of view. And two of our partners, BioSite, that do an access and control system for fingerprint recognition, and Notify, which have a health and safety application. Both of those were using our technology to pivot new use cases around COVID to predict and schedule resources for social distancing, and also predict risks based on those kind of capacity constraints and that kind of requirement for social distancing. So you can really take the data that you already have and change that for different outcomes using a technology like ours very quickly. And the last example I'll give is one that really brings that kind of predictive machine learning to life. As we all know, we're desperate to go back out to restaurants. I certainly can't wait to be able to go and have someone cook me a meal for a change. And white label loyalty are transforming the way in which they can incentivize people to return to those restaurants and choose those restaurants as places to go and have a meal. And they're doing that through a loyalty scheme, which is predicting the most likely incentive that a person may use to return to that restaurant. And that's powerful because it's using the data about people's preferences and choices and behaviours to give them an offer that they're most likely to execute on, really helping to drive those parts of our economy which are really needing a lift from out the other side of COVID. So using the data that they already have to drive the best intervention, the best incentive into people's hands that may help that restaurant or that retailer to come out of this period of difficulty. So I hope that gives you a perspective on how we embed analytics internationally. Like I said, we work globally, but we do have a number of partners in Holland. If anybody would like to speak to me after this, please connect to me on LinkedIn. I have an unusual name, but if you type Zandra Moore into LinkedIn and Pan Intelligence, you'll find me easily. Always connect. I'm happy to have a chat to you. Outside of that, go on to panintelligence.com. There's a try Pi area. You can have a go with the software. And if you'd like to actually get your hands on it, again, let us know and we'd love to be in touch with you. Thanks for your time, and any questions, I'd love to have them.
Thanks, Sandra. That was a fantastic talk, and thanks for joining us for Q&A. I've got two questions that I'd like to go with you. One is around what it's like to scale a data business in the north of England. And then the second part is how you talked about how the data analysis segment or industry is fragmented at the moment and how it's coming together. So I guess there's two questions. What's it like to grow a business in this part of the world? And the second bit is what you see happening next in your industry sector.
Cheers, Paul. Well, I'll tackle the first one because it has to be said. When we started growing Pan Intelligence, we spun it out in 2014, actually, from a larger software business. You know, there is a vibrant tech ecosystem here. It has been for a long time. That business was established 25 years ago, and we were incubated in that. So there was a lot of talent on the doorstep for us here, and we grew that from 6 to 40 people in a matter of 4 years, which was great. You know, we had no shortage of people to bring into the company. We found that certainly there's no shortage of developer or digital marketing or sales execs in this region. There seems to be, you know, that seems to be easy to find. And actually, we do have some fantastic universities locally which feed that pipeline, as well as some really great kind of retraining organizations locally, like North Coders, who retrain return to workers, which we've had probably 50% of our development workforce has come from retrainers who are sort of mid-career, which you know, has also really helped with our diversity as well, because you're dealing with people that perhaps didn't initially choose to get into things like development or technical roles, but come back into that later in their career. So I think there's a whole range of different pipeline organisations providing talent into the region. So no, it's been easy to scale here, and I think on top of that, we've got a fantastic digital ecosystem around things like the digital festival that runs locally, and hundreds of events every year. That's really helped the rest of the businesses in the area sort of get to know who's who and what's what, and work more collaboratively, so that you're actually supporting one another on your doorstep, as opposed to perhaps reaching out further afield for things that you can get on your doorstep. You just didn't know they were there. So no, it's not been a challenge at all. And you know, we've got the benefit of being on the edge of the countryside and having a fabulous quality of life up here. So I wouldn't build a business anywhere else, frankly.
Fantastic. And I guess that message, especially to our sponsors from the Netherlands, is that when you're talking to your startups and scale-ups who want to move to the UK or invest in the UK, that it's not just London. North England is a great place to establish a technology business as well. And then the second question really is about, so data is talked about a lot, but actually what is happening in that especially your sphere of building products that use data all the time?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think the data analytics and business intelligence space, which is probably where we really evolved from, has done a very good job of creating a need in the market to by understanding what's not been tapped into from a value perspective. So people understand what business intelligence tools are, they understand the value of reporting and data visualization, but actually in 20 years, I would think the majority of organizations are still deeply frustrated that they're not getting access to the information they want in a simple way, whether that's just what happened yesterday, never mind what's happening now. So I think the data market has
you know, there's been an awful lot of discussion, a lot of innovation around it, but I still think there's a huge amount of frustration because leveraging those technologies to drive real value out of that data still seems harder than it should be. So we've really tried to tap into that as a business, really focus on, you know, why do we still have this problem where we've got all these tools, all these technologies, and yet majority of people don't seem to be able to kind of extract value from data. So we've really focused on that, and that kind of empowering the domain experts, the non-technical people, to be able to, you know, build what they need for themselves without depending on specialists like data scientists or BI people or people with technical skills that have to go and do some clever stuff about connecting to data. So I think there's still huge amounts of value in data that is not unlocked. And, you know, yes, there's a lot of technology out there, but I think it's still too difficult for most people to use. It's still too technical. And actually, we need to keep front of mind that the best people to make decisions are still the people at the front line that are probably the ones that are impacted by those decisions and can inform the data itself around whether or not the data sets are valid for that purpose, right? You know, so whether that's bias or just, you know, have we attributed the right context to this to make it a worthwhile decision? So you've still got to empower the people at the front line. And that for me has been the problem we've been trying to solve for the last 10 years is, you know, this is still too difficult. We need to make this easier and empowering everybody. So real kind of democratization is a big word, I suppose, for it. But, you know, just enabling that kind of ecosystem. And that's why we set up like the No Code Lab, which is another organization that we run inside Pan Intelligence as a community of technologies that really aim to do that, really enable the non-techies to build what they need for themselves to empower them. Yeah.
Fantastic. And making things simple is really hard, right? Isn't it? And experts always saying, oh yeah, but it's more complicated than that. But sometimes it's not, is it? Simple, yeah.
And you know, I hate this phrase, but it always serves us really well, quick and dirty. You know, I mean, quite frankly, sometimes it doesn't have to be, you're not building models that have to be 98% effective. Sometimes if it tells you something useful that you can take action on, even if it's 70% accurate, that can be good enough for the person that's got to make a decision. You know, we have to not try and be too obsessive about having high levels of accuracy. If it tells you something useful that you didn't know before, if it's something that you want to then take action on, actually maybe that's good enough. And I think there's that line between, you know, pure data science and actually just getting useful data into the hands of people that can do something with that quickly, and making sure that we're striking that balance properly. And I think we're trying to move towards getting insight into people's hands quickly so they can be the ones to decide whether that's useful or not.
Fantastic. I think that's a great point to end on. And, you know, getting data into people's hands to make decisions quickly and getting things done is definitely something that we at ODI Leeds would advocate for all the time. So thanks so much for joining us, Sandra. It's been amazing to have you. The next up is Alex Craven, who's got a data as a service startup here in the north of England. So thanks very much, Sandra.
Pleasure.
And over to Alex. Paul. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Hi there. Okay, so this is a presentation on the Data City. Data City is a tech startup based in Leeds, and we're a spin out from the Open Data Institute node here. We're all about the redefinition of industry. So first of all, hello, I'm Alex Craven. I'm co-founder of the Data City, and I've been working on this project with Paul Connell and Tom and others for nearly 7 years now. Started in 2014 as a sort of side project collaborating with the Open Data Institute, and then we launched officially, having been through sort of various stages of testing and research and development to build out the technology and the platform in November 2019. What are we? So we are what's known as a data as a service company, which means we provide data as a service. So you can access data via our platform on any economic sector of interest, and you can build sectors of interest for yourself using our technology. How did we come into being? So we were present at a session where TechNation came to Leeds and asked Leeds to tell them what our digital specialism or strengths were. And it was obvious from that session that no one knew the answer to that question. except by sort of anecdote, and that the data just didn't exist in order to change that. Listening to that session sort of sparked an idea, and a couple of pints later, Paul and I had come up with an idea about how to solve this and have a go. So how can we provide the answer which nobody knew? The reason nobody knew was because underneath this is a big problem with industrial data. Everybody knows about, but no one's fixed. And because no one's offered a solution, people tend to sort of convince themselves that actually the data is good enough and carry on. And just because everybody accepts there's flaws in it, it's the best that there is. So let's just make the best of it. And the problem is SIC codes, which is standard industrial classification. And these are used to develop policy, identify investment opportunities, used for direct marketing, and they're actually also a key component of a business's ability to borrow money and its lending score. There are a number of problems with SIC codes. So the first is that they are no longer relevant. So they were sort of started as a platform in the 1900s, and they were last updated in 2007. So as you can imagine, most of the sort of exciting and emerging areas of our economy just aren't covered by them, which is point 2 on this thing here. So there isn't an NSIC code for fintech or agri-tech or a lot of the green energy sector and net zero and so on. There's another problem in that the system relies on a company updating its own SIC code classification, which you basically really only do when you set your company up, even if they write and ask you to. And often it's done with no understanding of why you would do it and no benefit to the company. So very little mind is paid to it. And the final thing is that it's a static system. And to agree, there are over 400 classifications. To agree, though, that list takes a lot of time, years. And obviously, I think what's happened with SIC codes is we've hit an environment where the economy moves faster than the ability of humans to update the classifications. So you could start now and say, right, we're going to create all these new classifications for the emerging economy, but it might take you 5 years to agree that. And then by the time you try and publish those, you look at the economy and it's changed. So you don't want to publish those ones. You're in this never-ending loop of never quite being able to keep pace. Just to bring that into relief, here is some stats. We did a mapping of the artificial intelligence sector, and you can see that our AI sector has lost in over 200 individual SIC codes. So what that means is that organizations that are working with artificial intelligence are choosing over 200 different SIC codes to define what they do, which is a symptom of how problematic it is to find an SIC code that neatly fits the operations of these businesses. If you look at the top SIC codes, they contain a total of over 500,000 companies, of which 542,307 are not AI companies. So they are, in this case, information and technology consulting companies, not AI focused companies. So if you were to find this sector, which is, these are the most popular SIC codes for it, you'd have to pick those SIC codes, and then you'd have to pick out the small numbers, 489, 470, from the many thousands in each of those SIC codes. The most problematic on here is the other business support service activities, NEC, which stands for not elsewhere covered, which in itself has over 250,000 companies in it. When you add all of the SIC codes together, which start with other, which are sort of dubious use, 32% of all UK businesses have ticked one of the others in the SIC classification systems. And then there's something like a further 15% which have no classification at all. So you're pushing toward 50% of all UK businesses not being usefully categorized or classified. So that, we think, is a big problem. And it is the problem everyone sort of accepts but just works around, and we're going to try and solve that. So the changing structure of the economy this is a quote from an independent review of the economic statistics in 2016. So this is, now in 2020. The changing structure of the economy means that SIC will constantly lag reality, underrepresenting newer industries and overrepresenting ones that are declining in importance. And you can see, I think, very obviously the effects of that, right? So that means that investment and intervention decisions are being made more slowly than they should be, and we're not properly supporting the transition from traditional economies to emerging economies. And we're not backing our future winners quickly enough. And actually there's a key strategic advantage if the UK can get better at that when we think about ourselves in terms of our global economic competitiveness. It's often impossible to find new companies using SIC codes. So that's a big restrictor on investment. It limits growth. It slows down economic development. I'm going to give you an example. So I think we all are aware of the explosion of the craft brewing sector. And there's a revolution going on. So we know beer brewing sector is undergoing a craft revolution, but what is craft beer? So we know it isn't an SIC code. And we're going to bring this to life through telling you a story about something we discovered through our own analysis of the craft brewing sector. So this is Tom and Lucy. Tom and Lucy run a craft sake brewing company called Kampai, based in the UK. So they believe they're the first, and from what we see that they are, to be based in the UK. So they're innovators even within the craft brewing sector, and they are applying craft brewing techniques to traditional sake production methods. And they've come up with a hugely innovative range of products. So you've got canned sparkling sake at 5% ABV, which I'd certainly never come across before finding this company. I have ordered it and drunk a fair bit of it since discovering this, and I can confirm it's very nice. Where would you find them in the SIC classifications? So, I mean, dubiously, you probably wouldn't look under this classification, but if you did, they're currently classified under manufacture of other non-distilled fermented beverages. There are 304 companies in there producing kombucha, mead, shots in a tube, and juice drinks. Would you look for craft brewers in that? It's dubious. But if you did, you'd still have to wade through 303 companies to find them. And nobody is looking for that. Nobody is looking for companies that are active in the manufacture of other non-distilled fermented beverages. That's not what you would type into Google to find this company. And that's the problem. SIC codes are particularly useless if you're looking to identify emerging sectors and innovation that are critical to the future of our economy. The actual classification itself, is often 5-6 words, manufacture of other non-distilled fermented beverages, but it's a classification, not a useful description. And again, that causes problems in discovery. So we're about fixing it. You can see here a list of the sectors that we're actively engaged in mapping at the moment. And you can see, very critical parts of our economy here. Got quantum technology, which doesn't have an SIC code, Internet of Things. There's a load of sectors here which are connected to the net zero objectives. So energy generation, energy management, energy storage, and obviously finding clean energy and decarbonisation solutions is a critical focus for the global economy, and obviously specifically in the UK as well, where we're looking to competitively position ourselves in this. But how do you find that sector? How do you support that sector? How big is it? How well is it doing? How quickly is it growing, et cetera, et cetera? These are the questions that our policy developers just don't have access to the data to answer. And that's where we hopefully kick in. So at the moment, if you try to find those in SIC codes, you'd have a problem. It would take you a very long time. You'd have to wade through huge amounts of irrelevant data to find those companies. And realistically, you wouldn't. It's too expensive and too haphazard. The other method is you sit down with Google and you start looking for them. But again, that's often a reflection of their investment in search engine optimization. And obviously Google is not a platform designed for this use case. So you can't extract and download the data easily. and you're relying again on your human mind to come up with the search phrases, which often means you'll miss parts of the sector just because you can't be aware of every company. If you're looking for a sector you don't fully yet understand the limits of, the reaches of. It's not just a UK problem. Standard industrial classifications are used internationally. I won't attempt to pronounce the Dutch version of it, but you know, there is slightly more sophisticated versions than SIC used elsewhere, but they are still following that sort of static method and predefined classifications by a very short phrase. So what's the answer? We have developed a new classification system, which we're referring to as expert in the loop. So that's sort of build on there's a commonly used term, which is human in the loop for working with machine learning, which is supervised by humans. In this case, it's not just a human, it's a sector expert or experts to help us make sure that we've properly captured a sector in the training set. So how does it work? We start off with, we've actually got a database of 4.5 million companies with their financials, of which we've mapped over 1 million to their website. Those million are what we would refer to as the sort of actually economic productive companies within that data set. So we have most of the interesting companies now matched to their websites. And the reason we do that is because a website is a much better description of a company's activities. And it's also frequently updated because the company has a vested interest in doing that. So it addresses a lot of the problems with SIC codes. The challenge is it's a lot of content and copy which you need to process. So that's where the machine learning kicks in. So we define taxonomies and sectors with experts, so from government, non-government partners, and we build training sets in our platform with great examples of the businesses that we think reflect that sector from all of its various sort of niches. Machine learning then looks at the website content and scores every website in our database against the classifier. And from there, we're able to build and train a list, which only includes companies that we believe match the training set, which enables us to then do really efficient and effective economic analysis or targeting of businesses. We publish those in our own classification, which is an RTIC code, which stands for real-time industry classification. And the real-time bit of that is because once you've built the classifier, every time we re-index the internet, we automatically find new companies either diversifying or starting up in that sector and add them to the classification. So we don't wait for companies to tell us, we find them proactively and add them to the classification. And then every year we go back to our experts and we review the sector, we look for the innovation in the sector, and we update the training set and rerun the whole classification process to reflect the shift in over those last 12 months, which again, we think deals with that sort of whole static nature of SIC codes effectively. And that's super powerful and enables us to map previously hidden sectors such as craft brewing. We then are able to produce insights on each of those sector lists that we've produced, we've built. So you can see things like the economic trends of that sector, the growth rate in employment, or size of the sector by number of organisations and also by turnover and value. And we can start to analyse other sort of key trends within it, supply chains and so on, by looking at their use of technology in the process. We can identify companies that are critical in that supply chain and lots of other pieces which we think are unique. You know, we're the only data provider that's able to provide a lot of the insights that we supply to our customers. So all this sits in amongst our mission statement, which is to create the new global standard in industrial data. This year's specific mission to take us on toward that ultimate objective is to map the UK's emerging economy sectors. And you know, I showed you this list earlier. These are the ones we're actively engaged in right now. We've also got a big announcement coming on net zero. So we're doing a lot of work to try and help understand this sector Obviously net zero is an outcome, but it's also a supply chain of solution providers, which are critical to enabling the UK to decarbonise, but also they are a future economic driver ourselves. And we believe we have an international strength in the sort of innovation required to solve this problem. So watch this space. Big announcement coming in the next few months. And that's it from me. Thank you for watching. You can get in touch via our website or our social media accounts, or of course you can get in touch directly with myself. Okay, thank you very much. Bye.
Thanks, Alex. What a fantastic talk just before lunch, and some great conversation in the chat there as well. So I'm not going to pick up the questions you've answered already in the chat because you've stole our thunder here. But do you want to just explain again how Arctic's our development of SIC codes and how that's going to impact things?
Yeah, so when we set out to try and provide information on emerging sectors, one of the observations is that it's not just about creating new classifications. The economy is evolving so quickly that the process of creating new static classifications will just create another problem in that they'll be out of date by the time that they're published. So what we had to do was completely rethink the way that classifications work, but try to create something that's near enough to be sort of usefully transferred to. So our classifications aren't designed to replace SIC codes as such. They're designed to provide something new that's able to keep pace with the emerging sectors. So the example I sort of most commonly use is if we'd have defined cybersecurity 10 years ago, it would probably have been one sector. Our latest cybersecurity analysis breaks down into 11 subsectors, and every year new technologies are entering that market that create whole new subsectors of interest, which are very large economic drivers, as well as extremely important infrastructure for the global economy. So that's the key. You've got to be able to sort of every year go back to your understanding of cybersecurity, work back through that, and ask yourself whether 11 subsectors is enough, or is it now 12 or 15, or are those now merging back? And then enable useful longitudinal view of that data so that people can do meaningful analysis and keep track of it and support it properly.
Fantastic, and that leads me to my next question. So how long does it take to create a list, and what's the impact of doing it this way using machine learning?
So that's the benefit of machine learning. I mean, essentially what you're doing is you're taking a really mind-numbing human task, which would be picking up a company, finding its website, looking at its website and asking yourself whether that's a cybersecurity company or not. And you're asking the machine to do that at scale over a very short period of time. So a list, a sector, can be built in a couple of hours. A properly, rigorously expert reviewed Arctic code can be done in a couple of weeks if you're fully focused on it. And that's not all time spent working with the machine learning, that's just giving yourself time to be sort of humanly reviewing and checking. So hours is the short answer, and for really high quality, rigorously quality assured work, a couple of weeks for the whole elapsed time, but maybe like a day of people hours in the middle of that.
And obviously time is money, so the quicker you do it, the more effective and more efficient it can be.
And that's the other benefit, I think, is the fact that it's stored in a platform which, if you want to introduce a new understanding or new technology, all you need to do is introduce new examples to the classifier, and then it will go and find all the other companies that look like those new examples. And then that data set lives. So again, it has a big impact on the way that reports on sectors are written, we think. We think what we can do now is you can separate the data and just deploy that as a platform, sort of picking up on Zandra's talk, and make that a live dashboard on a sector. and then people can come and write reports and analysis and policy on that at time and place of their choosing.
Amazing. Thanks very much. And just quickly before we finish, what's next for Data City and the work you're doing?
So our major focus at the moment is on classifying the emerging economy and within that net zero. We're then looking at applications of our products in other markets. So we're very focused on supporting M&A activity, and there's a B2B application for this. But beyond that, toward the end of this year, we're looking to go international and eventually global.
Thanks very much. So thanks, Alex, and thanks everyone for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thanks for the questions, guys. Okay.
No problem. Thanks, Alex. We'll be heading to lunch now, and then we're coming back for the afternoon session at Northernlands 3 at 2 o'clock. See you all this afternoon. Thank you.
Hello. Three. It's a conference that talks positively about data, digital, and emerging technology. This is our third conference that we've done with the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and this year we're working with West Yorkshire Combined Authority as part of their Innovation Festival. Where is it? The Northernlands is really our North Sea neighbours, so it's North England and the Netherlands, but you can consider it across Northern Ireland, up to Scotland, across to our North Sea neighbours in the Nordics and also into Northern Europe. This year, our third year, we're going to focus as well on startups and scale-ups and the impact of the emerging economy across 4 sectors with one connecting theme, which is data ethics, data security, and data safety. So the themes we want to work on are future of work, mobility and urban living, health innovation, which we're going to talk about this afternoon, and also the climate emergency. What to expect? Well, we've got talks from practitioners across the world of health innovation, startups and scale-ups from both the UK and the Netherlands. And we need you to get involved. So if you join us, please join and create a post-it for yourself, telling us where you are, what you want to find out, and also put your contact details on so people can find you. And then when we're going through the talks, all of them are pre-recorded and you'll be able to see them later, probably about Thursday and Friday when we've got them all edited. And then what we're going to do is if you can have a Q&A, we're going to have a Q&A at the end of each talk. And if you've got any questions, put them in the chat. If you've got any data, please put it in the chat. If you've got any interesting points, put that in the chat as well. So to start off, we've got an introductory talk by Karel van Oostrum, the ambassador to the UK from the Netherlands, who's going to tell us why health innovation is important to him and why we should be working together.
I just have one kid, by the way, but I was... How many kids do you have?
We've got 3.
What age?
19, nearly 17 and 13.
So a little bit of homeschooling in these days for you.
We're on holidays this week, so.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. Health, this is health now, eh?
Yeah, innovation and health. Yeah.
Innovation with health data is the next one. So we'll let you gather your bits for that one.
Yeah. And who do we have here? Climate energy. Daar zijn we. Dat zijn Henkel Komans.
Ja, hij is dan gewoon het ministerie.
Ja.
En dan Castor als start-up.
Ja.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Northernlands 3. My name's Paul Connell, founder of ODI Leeds. And what we're going to do now is speak to Kirsten England. She's the chief exec of Bradford, who are founding sponsors of ODI Leeds. And she's also the lead on business innovation and growth at WICA, the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, who are our partners for Northernlands 3, along with the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the embassy down there. Northernlands 3 has got 4 areas of focus, and it's also got a common thread. So the areas of focus are mobility and urban living, climate emergency, innovation with health data, the economy and future of work, all hung together under the very important subject of data rights, data security, data safety. Kirsten, hi, welcome. Could you just introduce yourself, why we're here today, and also why this is important to you?
So, hi Paul, absolutely delighted to join you. It sounds like a really exciting event, and I'd love to take in as much of the content as possible when I can. I would just say that. So yes, as you said, I'm the Chief Executive of Bradford Council, which happens to be kind of one of the largest cities in England, 5th largest, but it is actually the youngest city in, I believe, Europe. In fact, a third of the residents of Bradford are under the age of 30. It's also hyper diverse, one of the most diverse places to live in the UK, brimful of entrepreneurial businesses. So I have a phenomenal asset base of young entrepreneurial digital natives who are globally connected and entrepreneurial. It's a real asset base for innovation and kind of prosperity. But yes, as you say, I'm also the lead Chief Exec for Business Innovation and Growth for the whole of the Leeds City region, which is a very significant economy in the north of England with huge assets actually and potential around social, economic, technological innovation. But I also was a trustee of Nesta for 6 years, which is the innovation charity. And I am now actually a trustee of the Young Foundation, which is an organisation dedicated to exploring social change through the power of community and innovation. So it feels like work around innovation has been part of my life and work for a very long time. And I think it's incredibly important because I think the world faces huge intractable challenges which cannot be solved through kind of conventional approaches. And actually, I see this as part of harnessing all of our ability to create a better, safer, more secure, cleaner world for us all to live and prosper in.
So me being a natural optimist, what are the opportunities for this region's businesses, but also the Netherlands businesses, so the Northernlands, what are the opportunities for businesses in the Northernlands?
Yeah, well, I love this phrase, Northernlands. I mean, as you can probably tell, I've got a Scottish accent. I'm a Northern European Scot, and I actually feel much more in tune with the culture of Northern Europe at times than I do kind of necessarily of all parts of the United Kingdom at the moment. And I think we have a tradition of coming together, of creating opportunity, of sharing and collaborating on that opportunity, and being kind of, if you like, less hierarchical or exclusive of one another. So I think that's a real opportunity, I think, for the Netherlands and this part of England to work at this moment. It's a particularly important moment, of course, post-Brexit, as we find new ways of being collaborators in an interdependent world, because we live in an interdependent world. And of course, I know this part of the world much better than I know the Netherlands. What I know about the Leeds City region is a place of small and medium enterprises and some much larger corporates, but they were born from a history and a legacy of innovation, both in terms of social, economic and technological innovation, of course with the Industrial Revolution, but also with being, if not invented here, then first adopters of technologies here. So I think back to some of the kind of innovations of the 19th and 20th century. So some of the kind of first television sets were produced in the Leeds City region. The first moving image was produced in the Leeds City region. And many other such innovations. There's a long history of that, as well as social innovation around the invention of school meals, school baths, and so on. So I think we have both a legacy from our kind of industrial heritage, but we also now have this, we are the youngest city region in the United Kingdom. So we have that energy and also the diversity of our city region, which kind of predisposes us to think differently about the world, to see opportunities to create it differently. We have, of course, as well, the largest academic base in the United Kingdom here in the Leeds City region, more universities, FE and higher education institutes than anywhere else in the United Kingdom. Many of them are research-intensive universities producing phenomenal work, particularly around health technologies and the biosciences, particular strengths around data science, data capture and storage. And now we have a kind of economic base which has both mature and growing businesses and startups, kind of at every part of the kind of cycle, particularly, as I've said, around kind of health tech, biosciences, but also data capture, data storage, data security, as you said, data analytics. if you bring all of that together, you've got a powerful ability, I think, to create new solutions.
Fantastic. So I was going to ask you lots of questions about what are the opportunities, what should we look forward to, and what are the big opportunities around data. But I think you covered a lot of what we were going to talk about anyway. I'd just like to, the final point is mention about how we're more in common than we are different, and the Northern Europeanness of the Northern lands and how we can link up in the future.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think that's what I see is that opportunity to come together on an equal footing, openly sharing. That point about open data, you know, the Open Data Institute says it all, doesn't it? That sense about everyone's welcome, everyone bring the assets you have, share those, let's play with them, let's work with them together, let's see what we can create out of all of this. And yes, let's work out how we all benefit in that. But I think that's a kind of part of our cultural DNA that will really serve us well here in the north of England, across Northern Europe, that we should harness right now.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kirsten.
Nice to see you, Paul.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Problems there? Are we on? Fantastic. So next up is Sharina Lisati with her fantastic spoken word piece, Data Is. And following her is Rickert Papping, who's going to talk about health analytics in the Netherlands. Over to Sharina.
Hello everybody, my name is Sharina Lisati and I'm going to share with you a poem called Data Is. Data is. The universe connects us all, from stars in the sky to every ripple in the ocean. We are seeds of light, of every word spoken. We grow through what we go through, and we learn. Learning through our life experiences that sometimes changes things, and we have to let go. We are educated through practice and learning, making mistakes too. But what if we all shared our mind's data? What actually goes on inside of you? Maybe we could improve our lives. And what happens in the future too? Knowledge is wasted unless shared. How else can one evolve? Our minds are human data, but technology helps us solve, where individuals stop thinking. Data will always evolve. It's a solution to our problems, to the future we must grasp hold, to changing our understanding and improving our ways of thinking, with new ways, not the old. Data is the soul of the universe. It collects information that we need to grow. The data collected will help reshape a new, brighter tomorrow. Sharing information, collaborating with different organisations to help improve life as we know. It's here to help empower individuals, be the truth through its research. Through the information collected, the facts will always emerge. So let's share our open data today and understand its technical terms to build a better future and trust in the data that is confirmed. Building better connections and improving people's lives to help the future bring peace and balance into people's minds. Open data is needed in our lives.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rickert. I'm from Logix, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we turn data into to better healthcare at Logix. But before we start, a little bit about myself. I've been working for Logix for over 8 years, and I'm responsible for one of our business units in Europe. And over that time, over those 8 years, I've seen a lot of healthcare providers, and we've supported them on a variety of topics, from financial questions to outcome registries to discussions with payers. And my background is in finance and economics. I studied in Rotterdam at the Erasmus University, and also studied in Madrid and did my master's actually here in the UK at Warwick. And before we start, maybe a little bit about Logix. So we are active in the Nordics, in the UK, and in the Netherlands. And so we're active in one of the most advanced healthcare markets in the world. But apart from the UK, of course, also some of the smallest markets in the world, and that's also the reason that I'm sitting here. We think we've built something beautiful over the last 10 years, which we think that other countries and other clients should also get to know. We employ over 300 people, and half of those are technical people, because we build software, of course. So that's database, front end developers, and the other half approximately are people like me, consultants who are implementing the products and having the interactions with clients ongoing. Why do we think healthcare is such an exciting industry to be active in? Well, one reason is that there's happening a lot, and what you see on the left is that healthcare cost is growing like super rapidly, and for example in the Netherlands, but this accounts for actually a lot of the Western world. If we wouldn't do anything from 2020 to 2040, our expenditure on healthcare relative to GDP would almost double. And that's of course unsustainable and unaffordable, because I also want my kids to receive education, and paying even more tax is also not something that we really want, probably given the current tax rates already in the Netherlands. So if you think about that sort of big problem, then it's clear that something needs to happen. We need to, and we also have, by the way, an aging population, of course. So we get more and more people into our healthcare system. So what can we do about it? Well, there are many things we can do, but you could think in sort of 3 improvement dynamics. And the easiest one is that we say, if we can keep delivering the same quality and the same quantity of care, but against a lower cost, then at least we're flattening that curve already a little bit. But then the question is, will that actually be enough? And then that's why we have a second improvement dynamic, and that's more about if we can improve the quality and the outcomes and make different decisions, such that we don't do that surgery with the patient, or we try to keep patients within the primary care setting, for example. Then that's also a great thing to achieve, which can also affect cost. And of course, the best is that that we do all of these things at the same time to flatten that curve as much as possible. Well, luckily we have a lot of data. There are some starting points for us, and there are quite many, but this is just an interesting one. Is that we see that there's a widespread variation in outcomes and medical practices. And for example, in some trusts, the complication ratio can be 13 times as high as another trust, or you can even be that the mortality rate is higher. And imagine you're a patient, and this information is usually not available. That you're in one of these hospitals, you don't want to be there, of course, and you don't want that these complication ratios are so different. And this is in the Netherlands, where I think the average level of healthcare is really high, but it's also it doesn't even matter that much to which provider or which clinician you're going. And still we see a lot of variation. And on the right hand side we have gallbladder surgeries, for example, and you see that in some regions in the Netherlands, the risk or the chance of getting a surgery is so much higher, which you can't really explain by by demographic factors, that people are older or have a lower socioeconomic status. There must be something else at work over there, and that's of course very interesting to know, but also to make those providers aware of what's actually happening. And that's something that the British Medical Journal worked on. They did a study, what you see on the left side, and they've shown that there's a significant portion of healthcare which is, of course, and luckily, it's proven or presumably effective. There's also quite a big chunk which is proven or presumably ineffective, so that's already quite worrying. And then there's a very large chunk which we don't know. And one clinician once said to me, "Yeah, but Rickard, jumping out of a plane with a parachute, gives a better chance of survival than without a parachute. So, why should we test it?" So that's probably also at play, that some of those treatments are perhaps in the gray area. But this, of course, is a worrying signal, but it also gives the opportunity, because that means that there's something we can do and we can change. And that's basically is we want to approach healthcare from different segments, and in the spirit of value-based healthcare, as for example defined by Michael Porter from Harvard, we want to look at it from all aspects. So we want to look at it from a financial domain. So how do we organize a healthcare provider, for example, an acute trust, in the best way possible, that we deliver our care as cost effectively as possible. All the way on the other side, we want to create the best possible outcomes, and one way of doing that is by registering what those outcomes are and what you do in your process, because that will give insights, and those insights can lead to changes. And then the holy grail within healthcare is to get better outcomes against those lower costs, and that's what we try to achieve in the value domain. And what we see happening there, that this is also something that needs to be promoted by payers or by countries, that providers are also reimbursed on value. So if you provide better treatments with higher survival rates or less complications, then there should be something in for the provider. But how to organize that is still quite difficult. So that's still relatively a greenfield. And doing all that work, so does it add up to something? And then I would say significantly, of course, but I'm not completely objective. But this is a real world data example. This is the collateral surgery. It's one of the most it's one of the most successful registries in the Netherlands. And what's been achieved there, and this is already data from 2017, but only in a few years, complications for this type of surgery went down with 11%, which is already a great thing. But at the same time, we also saw that cost was reduced by over 25%, and that's almost 4,000 euros per patient. So that has a significant impact if you think about how many people get this surgery, and this has been done for a lot of treatments already. And that's also the reason that ICHOM, which is the institute which basically creates these registries and these standards to compare health outcomes for providers, that they've chosen us to set up with them a global benchmarking platform to basically allow any provider in the world to compare their processes and their results to other peers within their country or even internationally. So we're very proud to work together with them and export this to other countries. Is there any magic that we've learned over the last 10 years? I think so. And one of the most important ones is that we really try to involve clinicians. And the reason that we do that is that we think they are one of the most important assets of a healthcare provider, because as a patient, when you come into the hospital, the clinician will decide what treatment will we do. Will we go for surgery, or will we first do a therapy and then maybe a more minimal invasive surgery, and what kind of diagnostics is required? And on the right hand side, it's meant in a funny way, but there have been studies, for example, that younger doctors who are a little bit less, maybe perhaps you should say secure, that they do much more MRIs, but also lab tests, because they want that confirmation of what they probably think is going on, if that's actually the case. And that's of course driving up cost in the system. So by making all these decisions, they are of course very much influencing the total cost of a patient, of a provider, of a system. So we think they really deserve the information on how they're doing and how their decisions compare to basically their peers. And that's our most important asset, is that we provide benchmarking type of data to register, how to register, etc. There's quite some standardization ongoing that really allows well for benchmarking, and we've seen that this is a super powerful tool to compare departments, compare providers, but also compare clinicians. And they really actually like this and are motivated to understand, where they're taking a different route, and if there's a better route, we have experienced that they're always keen to go that way, because ultimately their drive is to help patients in the best way possible. And the best way possible can or quite often also coincides with the cheapest way possible. That's what I wanted to talk about. And why am I here at the Northernlands 3 event is we think that the Netherlands has something beautiful with respect to their healthcare. We have a great system which is functioning really well. There's very good access to healthcare. If you want an appointment, you get it really soon. There are not a lot of long waiting lists. It's still relatively affordable. It's a very productive system, and the Euro Consumer Health Index also recognized. And I think many countries in Europe, but also outside of Europe, are keen to learn from the Netherlands how we've done that. We as Logex would also like to export that beautiful thing, healthcare, to other countries, and to allow other countries to get much more insights from their data. Thank you very much, and looking forward to see you in the Q&A.
Thanks, Rickert. That was fantastic to hear, and it's great to hear someone from the Netherlands as part of the Northernlands.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and you just asked whether there would be a Northernlands 4. We think so. Northernlands started off as an in-person event here in Leeds, and we were supposed to do a reciprocal event over in the Netherlands, and that never quite happened because of things. So we're looking forward to Northernlands 4 being an in-person event, so it'd be great to meet you in person there, whether it's in the UK or in the Netherlands. Let's see. But I guess one of the questions is from your point of view, what do you see the differences and the similarities between the UK context and the Netherlands?
Thanks for that question. So I've been working in the UK now for almost 2 years, partly remotely from the Netherlands, but also often in London. And what we've noticed from a sort of a healthcare system setting is that we really see the move towards integrated care systems, and those discussions coming up more frequently. And that's actually quite an interesting model, which we've seen also in the Nordics, so in Sweden, Norway, Finland, where all data is available on a regional level, and in the UK with the NHS number, etc., that's actually quite well organized. And that region will divide the funds over primary care, secondary care, elderly care, and I think that's a very important factor, because that will ultimately determine how how we get the change in the system towards more conservative treatments and trying, to keep patients more perhaps in primary care and not as fast in the acute care, to also sort of create the room and space there for the extra people that will flow in due to the demographic change. So that's what we really see happening right now, and those discussions are ongoing, and we see that, for example, providers in one ICS are really trying to move to similar software partners to set up a data architecture. And if we compare that to the Netherlands, for example, in the Netherlands it's quite difficult to do that because it's very siloed. So primary care and secondary acute care is completely separated. So we cannot, even though we would like to, it's very hard to connect the data because it's completely different data systems, and we only have claims data which could do that. So that's your sort of data architecture is quite important there.
And what's so important to us is obviously being open. Are you seeing more open source, more open approaches, more open innovation happening in the UK compared to Netherlands, or vice versa?
Ooh, difficult question, to be honest. I don't see it happening a lot in any case. Working, of course, with personal data, so that's quite tricky. But one of the things where we're actually applying this is we've recently announced a collaboration with ICHOM. That's the International Consortium for Health Outcome Measures. It's a US-based company. It's founded by Michael Porter, and they're creating standard sets which you can apply all over the world. Like, what are the metrics you need to implement to determine if a intervention or a surgery was successful? And what we're going to do with them is we're going to create the benchmarking platform such that we can compare data, and it's going to be anonymized, and then we allow other parties to go on the platform and create analytics reports, etc. So that's actually quite an example of an open data system. But we don't see it happening a lot yet, unfortunately, because
Well, I'll keep doing this. This is my badge, which says Open Data Saves Lives, and we'll be hearing a bit more about that later on. But if you want to join in with it, find us on the web at opendatasaveslives.org, and please do join in with the innovation that we're doing there. The last thing I'd like to ask you is so what are the opportunities, and what do you see happening next for you?
Yeah, so the UK is an important market for us because we're quite big in the smallest markets of Europe and the world probably. And one of our mottos is impact you can measure. But then of course, we want to have more people, more countries benefit from our approach. So in that perspective, the UK is important, and we're really trying to roll out our platform because we think there's huge opportunity in leveraging existing data. So it's not so much about generating new amounts of data, because there's so much already which is unused, and that's what we're really trying to look at, and to get that data with clinicians, because that's what we see in the NHS, that it's quite hard to get them involved. But ultimately a clinician decides when can a patient go home, what treatment are we gonna go for, and if we don't get their involvement, then it's very hard to realize change, we think.
Fantastic. Thanks, Rick. You should come to Leeds, because that's where health data gets done a lot.
I'll take on that invitation. I'll definitely come over.
Fantastic.
Great.
So thanks very much. And next up, we've got Herka Kugelmans from the Ministry of Health, Wellbeing and Sport in the Netherlands. So it's a great follow-up to that. So thanks, Rikke. Hello, Herman.
Thank you. All right.
Hello, and welcome to the session about the state of digital health in the Netherlands. Since it's only a short session, I'll only be able to touch up on a few of the highlights for today. My name is Herka Kugelmans, and I'm the International Digital Health Coordinator at the Dutch Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sports. First of all, I'd like to put the Dutch healthcare system in perspective for you. Unlike in the UK, all healthcare in the Netherlands is delivered by private entities. There's no public healthcare delivery. a combination of public funding and private but mandatory health insurance premiums fund our primary and secondary care. Government procurement and the system of personal care budgets are used to fund social care for the elderly, the infirm, and youth. The philosophy underpinning the Dutch healthcare system is based on three universal principles: access to care for all, solidarity through medical insurance, which is compulsory for all and available to all, and high quality healthcare services. And as you can see here, we spend about 10% of our GDP on healthcare, and when you include our extensive social care system, this grows up to 13%. And that is about 81 to 106 billion euros a year. So that is a lot of money. And there's currently about 1.2 million people working in the health care system today. These are numbers from before the COVID crisis, of course, because if you look at our spending in 2020 and for this year that's projected, those numbers are really higher, but that's more outside of the system than within the current system. We also have a very high innovation tradition. We have a dense network of university medical centers. There's 8 of those, and collaborations with University of Technologies. And there's about 100 general hospitals with about 130 outpatient clinics. And we have a very extensive network of over 9,000 general practitioners providing easily accessible primary care, which of course is completely covered by the mandatory health insurance. But now onto the topic of digital health. Our ambition is to have the right care at the right place. And this implies having the right information at the right time, at the right person, in the correct format as well. So who gets to decide what is the right care? And for that, we're empowering patients and professionals to become equal partners in this decision. And for patients, this means that we are looking to empower them so they can become what we call the CEO of their own health, that they have the power to make decisions and to influence their own healthcare because they have informed decisions to make. And the same goes for healthcare professionals. We shouldn't let the system rule how they provide healthcare, but let doctors doctor. And healthcare is complex, and social innovation in healthcare is even more so. In such a complex environment, we believe there is no way one person or organization can lead it all. There is no ultimate boss. Nobody has all the answers. There's not one size fits all solutions. The only way we can truly benefit from the potential of digital health is by working together. Everyone benefits from controlled change. You can see the multi-year purchase agreements arise when insurers and healthcare providers together give meaning to substitution and innovation. It's crucial that insurers will agree on pre-competitive investments in innovations. And our own role in how government manages the overall healthcare system is changing accordingly. The classic instruments like laws and policies are no longer sufficient to bring about meaningful change. We support, educate, facilitate, bring people together in networks, we collaborate and inspire, and give the best practices a platform to share their success. In essence, we create a flourishing ecosystem for healthcare innovation. And such an ecosystem requires 2 things: a good climate, and this flourishing climate is about empowering everyone to do what they do best. It is about removing unnecessary barriers such as financial barriers for procurement and legal barriers for regulations. And we've done an experiment in this, and we asked everyone that when they encounter a barrier in either financial regulation or other regulation that they feel imbibes their ability to to innovate, then they can report it to us, and we will look at this rule. And what we found was, in 9 out of 10 times, these rules simply didn't exist, only in the minds of the people. These rules were either outdated protocols, or they were interpretations of rules that were already made it possible to innovate. Or in some cases, it was that they were innovating on the wrong grounds. So access to data without respecting privacy, for instance, was often cited as a rule, privacy rules making innovation impossible. But there are many ways you can innovate with respecting the patient's privacy. And the 10th rule that we found that was actually there, we could look at actually clearing this out. So removing this barrier completely. And this goes for the financial regulations as well. Our goal here is to treat digital health similar to regular healthcare in every way. And one of the things that we've done that might be interesting here is we created the Health Innovation School, which is a curriculum for people in the healthcare system, in the whole ecosystem. So these are patients, providers, people from the policy side, from the health insurer side. There were specialists, there were nurses, there were social care. Everyone was there. And we gave them a curriculum in which they built the skills to innovate within their own organizations, within their own parts of the ecosystem. And this has grown from 3 cohorts at a national scale, similar to your NHS Digital Academy. And it's now become regional cohorts in Amsterdam, in Rotterdam, in the south of the Netherlands, in the north and in the east. So this is a growing movement. But a flourishing climate needs fertile soil to be able to grow all these innovations and these applications so that they are rooted in these same kinds of value systems. So the fertile ground is the foundation upon which all health information is built, all digital health appliances. It consists of nationally recognized, international and open standards for registration and exchange of health information, defines the requirement for trustworthy and secure communication, and creates the level playing field for healthcare providers, IT vendors, and new and innovative service providers and patients. Don't ever forget to involve patients in everything you're doing. To leverage the tremendous potential health information offers. Healthcare professionals must be urged to move into the 21st century. We want them to share patient data where necessary and consented by the patient. We want them to be able to spend time on their patients instead of looking at their computer screens. We need them to improve the quality and interoperability of data capture so that data can be reused for reimbursements, clinical outcomes, research, population health, and other innovative applications. For this, we need a sustainable, legal framework, agnostic, trustworthy, and secure health information infrastructure. And the Netherlands has a first-rate digital infrastructure, a population skilled with IT, a world-leading research institutes and infrastructure, vibrant startup community, and excellent healthcare. And this makes us a prime candidate for testing those health innovations. It's good for our health, it's good for our economy, and it's good for our already impressive R&D track record. So one of the things that we're doing is investing in patient empowerment. And here you see some numbers of what we're doing. It's across the board in many different kinds of care. We're financing hospitals, mental health, primary care, social care, maternity care, and we're making sure that the data is being freed from these silos. So we're standardizing the data, we're standardizing access to this data through HL7 FHIR API guidelines, and we're also stimulating the market so our citizens get to be able to use these new applications, these apps, these new types of innovative sorts of treatment in a cheap and accessible. And one of the core elements in this is the MedMy Trust Framework. It's for personal health data, and MedMy allows you to collect and share and manage your health data in a trusted environment. And this could be any app, so it's not just one system. It's a framework that allows you to build an app that accesses data from many different official healthcare sources in a safe and secure way, and offer services based on that data to your clients, who are patients. There's over 30 certified personal health environment service providers out there, both at the patient end and at the provider, the healthcare provider end, and it is one of the first nationwide FHIR implementations. The Dutch citizens have the right by law to own a digital copy of their own data. So this is the way what happens if you get all your data. And I can talk for another 2 hours, I think, about how we involve patients in our policy making, about personal health data services, about global interoperability, about European collaboration, which we're very much looking forward to continuing with our British friends. But we only have so much time. So here are my contact details. Please contact me if you have any questions, and I hope to be able to talk to you again later. Thank you.
Thanks, Herco. That was fantastic. And it's really good to get a different context and a different view from another place on health and health data. So we've got 3 questions I'd like to ask you. And I'm going to start with the one that's come up in the ODI Leads chat, which is, what's the difference between public and private delivery of healthcare? And is there a better way of doing it, and what's your view?
This is a very complicated question with probably a way too long answer, but I don't think there is, especially in the pandemic, that there is too much a difference, basically because the differences are mostly in how we finance things and how we procure these services. And I think the problems with that have been pushed forward till after the pandemic. So I think both our systems have very dedicated healthcare professionals who are giving their all to manage everything right now. And I don't think there is a perfect system out there. I mean, there's always this tension between accessibility and affordability at the individual and at the population level. And so, so I think there's different ways to do things, and there's benefits and disbenefits in every system there are.
Yeah, I think what you're not saying is public good, private bad, private good, public bad. It's a grown-up view of the world.
Well, one of the things that we've learned from our private healthcare delivery, which isn't the same as a for-profit model. Most of these are non-for-profit organizations that keep the funds, the public funds, within the healthcare system itself. And I think the motivation for the healthcare professionals to do their work is the same. And I think that's what we see in this pandemic now, is that this carries any system through a crisis like this, and not the way the system is designed.
Yeah, fantastic. So this is a question for me, and it's close to our heart, is when we're talking about health innovation and health innovation with data, privacy and data rights concerns are obviously very important, but at the same time, how do we stop them stifling innovation that we need to create the space in the health system that we need?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think one of the biggest things that we need to take into account is that there's good innovation and there's bad innovation. And if you innovate based on the assumption that you can get access to data without respecting the data subject's privacy, because it's not about ownership per se in a legal sense, then we think that you're not innovating in the right way. And I think this is what makes this pandemic and this time right now so interesting, is because for the first time ever, we now have most of the conditions as favorable as they are now. I mean, the technology is ready for this. We have edge technology, we have privacy preserving data technologies that can be used everywhere. We have scalability frameworks and governance models that could fit this. We actually have experienced now the need for data to be available everywhere, and as well the need to respect privacy in this, because it's all about building trust. And we see this, for instance, in our tracking and tracing apps, but in many different areas as well. So I think that there's a very interesting alignment now in the healthcare needs, the technology that's available, and the societal requirements to that innovation. And I think that makes it such an interesting time to be active in this area.
Fantastic, Herco. I think you've just pitched for Open Data Saves Lives in the Netherlands. So we'll be
happy to do that. Yeah,
we're going to get in touch with you too soon, because they're exactly all of the questions that we're trying to attack and deal with here with Open Data Saves Lives. So Herco, thanks so much for joining us. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
And next up, we've got Mark Farr, who's going to talk to us about Open Data Saves Lives. Mark is the Chief Analyst for Kent, and he's also the founder of Beautiful Information. So thanks, Herco, and over to Mark.
When did Open Data Saves Lives start?
Open Data Saves Lives started at the end of March, April last year, 2020. Paul and I came back from a skiing holiday, managed to get COVID, and we're talking about lost sense of taste and smell and things on WhatsApp, like a month before it was even on the BBC. And that was like quite an important thing, that we realised that you can actually share a ton of data for good amongst yourselves if people are very relaxed about sharing data through technology. So around the end of March 2020.
What is Open Data Saves Lives all about?
So kind of on the back of that skiing trip and catching COVID, and Paul and I kind of getting back together a year or so ago and thinking, what about if you linked, hi Harry, if you linked kind of good data on health with open source techniques, open data, open innovation. Health is ripe for kind of getting more data out there in the open, and COVID just kind of proved that more than ever. So Paul Connell, who runs the Open Data Institute in Leeds, and me, who helped set up Beautiful Information a few years ago, we kind of got together and thought, I know a bit about health, you know a ton about open source, open data and technology. What about if we kind of pointed this approach at health? And I presented something over almost 2 years ago now called Data Saves Lives. And we thought, what about if you just put everything out there in the open and just try and get past silly discussions about IP and just get everyone sharing all of their knowledge in an open way? And COVID just became the kind of catalyst for that.
Who is involved in Open Data Saves Lives?
Okay, so we've got the Open Data Institute in Leeds, we've got Beautiful Information, and we kind of set it up and started running these weekly seminars, which really started to take off. And just before the last one, we had a really nice statistic where we'd run about 20 sessions, let me get this right, about 20 sessions, we've had about 100 speakers, and we've had about 1,000 participants. But what's been great is that all sorts of other people have kind of got involved, like the Health Foundation, people like NHS Digital, NHSX, some of the big commissioning support units. We've had journalists, we've had people from Oxford University, people from the Centre for Public Data, people from the Open Data Institute itself, a load of people from newspapers, lots of kind of different people from different backgrounds have kind of got involved and said, I've kind of interested in an element of COVID. That might have been how to draw a map about it. It might have been how to forecast the data. It might have been how to count it properly. It might have been about how to create really good information governance protocols so that people can link data sets together. But a whole load of different people, and it's all documented on our website, which is opendatasaveslives.org.
What kind of stuff do you do?
So whatever project that we kind of tackle, and that might be some of the ones I'm going to list, like we've looked at domestic abuse during lockdown. We're kind of interested in how the NHS has completely shifted its model of care. So we're doing some work now on remote consultations. What we try and do each time that we talk about something is we do three things. So we write a kind of a story blog, which is literally a blog that explains kind of what we were trying to sort out, who was involved, what we were trying to do. The second thing we do is we put a technical blog together, which says, this is the code that I use, this is how I kind of got my data together, these are any algorithms that I developed, this is how I got it to work, this is how I got it to draw a map on the screen, and so on. And the third bit is just a sort of a repo where you actually publish all of the code in such a way that if someone came along with a similar data set, they could kind of pour it into your sausage machine and just reproduce the analysis. So story blog, technical blog, and a way of reproducing the analysis. That's what we do each time.
What are the big projects?
We've looked at a whole load of projects. I suppose I mentioned a couple of the big ones that I've been closely involved in and that I found quite powerful. So one close to my heart has been domestic abuse. So during lockdown, there's been a horrible, unfortunate risk that more women are getting hit by men. And simply, the police have got a file of men who hit women, and I've got a file in the NHS of women that have come into hospital being hit by men. If you link those two data sets together and you do it really securely and safely and you get all the right approvals in place, what we think we found is that you can actually identify many more families at risk. So with the police file, that gets you about 47% of the families at risk. If you add in the data from the NHS, we think that 47% goes up to about 81%. So it's a very powerful case study, and it's a very sensitive area in terms of how you use the data, but we felt quite strongly that we wanted to kind of do it and make a contribution in that area. So that's a really big one. Another good example has been one of the areas that people were arguing about kind of quite early on in COVID was about kind of sharing data. So Andy Byrne, some of the big directors of public health were kind of saying, you need to tell us the data about who's been tested and who hasn't and what the results are so that we can plan for them locally. And the government was quite slow about releasing all this data together. And at our hospital, one of my colleagues managed to get the data flowing between public health and the NHS on people's test results. So if you had a test result a couple of days ago for COVID and it said you were positive, when you come into the hospital, if the test was only done a day or two ago, we don't need to redo it. And we know you've got COVID, so we can put you in a COVID area, and we don't have to risk putting you with other patients who haven't got COVID yet and risking what's called nosocomial infections, which is people catching COVID in hospital. And that is a very simple thing to describe, but it's actually very difficult to get everybody to agree it's a good thing to do. So what we did with public health was got their permission to link the data together. We've written it up, we've published it on opendatasaveslives.org, and we're now talking to people like NHSIE about extending that project across the whole country because it's just a really good thing to do. And there's some projects during COVID that you just can't wait months and months for committees to kind of agree to. You just kind of got to get on with them.
What are you going to do in 2021?
Well, in this year, what we're going to try and do is formally launch Open Data Saves Lives as a not-for-profit organisation. We've set up the website, and that's kind of given us the discipline of having to write down what it is that we want to do. And there's 4 big things there, and we've written them as 4 pledges. So the first one is what we're calling Give the Data Back. And that is, in the NHS, what happens every day, it seems, is that you get asked to send some data off to someone else. How many people are going to your hospital today? What's your average length of stay? How long were ambulances waiting? How many of your staff members did you test for COVID, and so on? And that data doesn't always feel like it comes back for you to kind of analyse. So the first pledge we're going to make this year is kind of give the data back. So any data that's been collected, let's have it back so that we can do some analysis. Let's learn from who's doing well and who's doing badly at COVID. The second one is that issue around information governance, and that is under the pledge of Save Lives, not Data. So we want to make a lot of noise about making the case that sharing data can be good. So Paul and I and friends were sharing data on WhatsApp saying, I've lost my sense of smell today. That was sharing data, and it helped us all because it made us realise, oh God, I've got the same as what he's got. The whole point about clinical trials and the way that we've come to a vaccine so quickly is because people have shared data. So we want to make people less worried about sharing data, as long as it's done sensitively and properly, that it can be a good thing. The third one is what we're calling radically open, and this is to try and sort of break down traditional models of knowledge. So making the case that there is not strong IP that exists in a demand and capacity model. Just publish all of your models openly. Don't protect data that doesn't need to be protected. Allow it out there into the world. Let people use it, and just break down some of these quite old-fashioned models where you kind of have to sign up to a platform to get into that walled garden to kind of learn what's going on. Just break all that down. And then the fourth one is under the pledge of sort of share my data. So just encouraging people in an appropriate way to put their data out there so that you can share. So, you know, a group of men in their early 50s might share data that led them more quickly to present earlier for possible cancer symptoms, for example. There's a lot of very vague symptoms around cancers for men. We're trying to encourage people to share their experiences, share their data, help build models, help build algorithms for each other so that we can kind of improve their care.
How can people get involved in Open Data Saves Lives?
It's an open organisation. There's a website, we're on Twitter, you can email us, you can phone us, just come on down. We'll take people who want to sponsor us. We're almost more interested in people who've just got good ideas. So something that's very topical at the moment, as the vaccine is rolling out very well, we're worried that there seems to be some data suggesting that white people are getting vaccinated much more quickly than non-white people. So in terms of how people can get involved, come to us with good research questions. Vaccine take up by ethnicity is one very current example. There'll be another one next week, and there'll be another one the week after that. So come with really good ideas, join in, speak at our events, collaborate with us. If you're the corporate sector, you can sponsor the work we're doing. If you're in the government sector, you might put analysts in, you might commission pieces of work, but just come on down and kind of get involved.
Is there any merch?
There is a badge for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. What a fantastic story, and we've had a lot of love for the style of the video as well, in what you how you did it. So obviously, Open Data Saves Lives has been part of our lives at ODI Leeds for the last year, and I can't believe that it's been 12 months and we're nearly a year old. And then some of the stats are amazing. We've now got 25. We've had 25 events. You know, thousands of people involved, hundreds of people. In the events themselves, and lots of great speakers. But You talked about what happens next and setting up a new non-profit. Why do you think it's so important that we need to do that?
I think the thing I've become interested in through getting to know you and our friends in Holland over the last year, because that's kind of where it started at one of these, when we did Data Saves Lives, is the existing types of organisations we've got just aren't quite right. And I don't think it's out of malice. They're just not quite right for where we are now. So I got asked to appear on an NHSX video last week to sort of do some sound bites all about the new data strategy and so on. And they asked me to try and give them something punchy at the end. And I just said, open data saves lives. And I think why people need what we've got now is that you and I have talked about the kind of indie record label of having people who are just a bit further ahead, who don't mind having some of those slightly more abrasive and sometimes difficult conversations about why we should link data. So I was chairing a regional meeting this morning, and there's new evidence that's come out that says it's probably over 80% of people don't mind their data being used if it's for the common good. And those were the kind of the words that were used. And I just feel like we're a bit slow on maximising that opportunity. So that's not traditional organisations that are going to fix that. I think you need something a bit smaller and a bit more agile and a bit more open, which I think is how you and I got to hear.
Yeah, we got to hear my constant rant about new institutions for now, not old institutions trying to change the way. So we built it ourselves. So what happens next? So what happens in April and after that?
So I think we stand up a not-for-profit. I think we formalise the programme that we've already been running kind of in our spare time with no funding. And I think out of that, what's quite nice is there's a kind of conveyor belt of quite meaty projects that come out of it. So you need to run the programme and you need to fund and sponsor the programme properly so that it throws out projects which then take a life of their own. And so you and I have done a lot of work on domestic abuse during lockdown over the last year. That is a solid enough project on its own now that we've got it working in Kent, and we now need to just go and try and get it to work in lots more places around the country. So there's a kind of conveyor belt of ideas. So you have to have that central program where we regularly talk about, what is the latest set of new topics that we've got. So I'd like to do one over the next couple of months on how to talk to the public about what you and I and others want to do with their data. I've found some really interesting experts on that recently. So there's a program of work we have to do and fund and support properly. And then out of that, a series of projects. So remote consultations is one we've looked at. We've looked at domestic abuse. You've done some brilliant work on geography. We've done a lot of work which is still relevant on ethnicity and whether BAME is effective or not. And the vaccine minister's got interested in what you and I are doing, which is fantastic. So I think we just have to keep on keeping on, really. Just keep the community going that keeps throwing out ideas that we take and then mould into proper projects that become more than just a conversation.
Yeah, fantastic. And I'm going to leave it there because we're going to get to our tea break. But the next Open Data Saves Lives is on Thursday morning.
Yep.
We're doing it in response to Ben Goldacre's review about data use in the NHS. Some of Ben's team might turn up, they might not, but we're doing an open innovation response to the Goldacre review. So if anyone wants to join in, you can join in with our open Google Doc. Myself and Mark will be on the line there. We're going to spend an hour with a lot of the experts and the contributors to Open Data Saves Lives over the last year, and see if we're going to test ourselves to see if we can write something meaningful in an hour. So there's a little bit of jeopardy there as well if you want to see us in action. So Mark, thanks so much for today. Just let us know where you are today and what you're doing.
I'm at Kent County Cricket Ground organising the second vaccines and for the clinically vulnerable. So 2 afternoons a week, just trying to get people through the queue. I'm just marshalling. I'm not doing anything sophisticated.
Thanks very much, Mark. And now,
good to see you all.
Yeah, great stuff. And now we're going to have a tea break and we'll come back at 3:30. Thanks, Mark.
Welcome back to ODI Leeds and Northernlands 3, and we're on to our final session. This time I've remembered to turn my mic on. We've got the right video set up, so it's going to be fantastic. The last three videos are all about the future of work, the future of the climate, future of energy, and the future of people at work. So first up is Matt Clancy, who's going to tell us all about his work and his research about the economy, the death of distance, and how people are getting together. Over to you, Matt.
Hello, Northernlands 2. I'm Matt Clancy, an economist at Iowa State University. And in April 2020, I wrote this report called The Case for Remote Work, which argued that remote work is going to be a lot more common, and that's a good thing going forward. That report was based on all the academic literature that I surveyed that was published before April of last year. And in the 11 months since then, there's been this explosion of new academic research related to remote work. This figure you're looking at charts the number of economics papers in the RepEc depository mentioning the phrase remote work in the title or abstract. That nearly vertical line that you see at the end is the explosion of new work that's come out during COVID-19 about remote work. So after diving into this literature, I want to talk to you about 3 lessons I'm taking away. First, before COVID-19, remote work was rare because of misperceptions about its productivity that were hard to fix. So, new work from 2020 confirms earlier findings from before COVID that remote work really does actually work for lots of kinds of jobs. Barrero, Bloom, and Davis have a study from the end of last year that reports on the results of a big survey of more than 10,000 U.S. adults between August and November. Fully 41% of respondents think they're more efficient working from home than they were in the office. 44% think there wasn't really any difference. They're the same. These kind of results are broadly consistent with lots of other surveys about perceptions of remote work during COVID-19 and this emerging evidence that's based not on worker perceptions, but actually on measures of their output. So if remote work is so productive, why did it take COVID-19? Why wasn't it more common before? And research from this year has also helped us answer that question. Most importantly, we now know perceptions about the efficacy of remote work were just way off. A survey by Adam Ozimek last year reports on survey results from April of hiring managers that found many more were underestimating the potential of remote work than were overestimating it. Barrero, Bloom, and Davis have a survey of workers later in the pandemic, August through November, that also finds consistent misperceptions about how well remote work works. 19% of their respondents said working from home was hugely better than expected, and 61%, well over half, said it was better than they expected. Only 13% thought working from home was worse than they had anticipated. So one reason remote work was more common before COVID was simply that views on it were off. But why did those views persist? Again, recent work provides some answers. First, correcting those beliefs was expensive. One survey found that adapting to remote work during the pandemic took about 14 hours of training per person and about $660 in new equipment, again, per person. Moreover, a consistent theme of lots of studies from Microsoft was that experienced remote workers tended to fare better and have less disruption during the pandemic than those who were new to working remotely. Taken together, that means it's both expensive for a company to try out remote work and also that the full benefits of doing it take a while to become clear. Now, a second really interesting study by Emanuel and Harrington shows prior to COVID-19, less productive workers gravitated to remote work, at least in the context they study of an American call center. Now, this created a perception that remote work itself was inherently unproductive, when it was the reverse that was actually true. In their paper, they show that when COVID-19 forced everyone in the call centers to switch to working remotely, productivity measured in calls per hour went up. They also show that prior to COVID-19, when they started offering on-site workers the option to switch to being remote workers, the ones who made the switch saw their productivity go up, measured the same way, with no decline in quality. But here's the key. Because it was the least productive call center workers, the ones who answered the fewest calls per hour, who seized on the opportunity to work remotely, on average, remote workers were less productive prior to COVID-19 than the ones who stayed working in the office. Now, if that finding generalizes beyond call centers, it can help us understand another reason why remote work was so rare before COVID-19. If everybody believes remote work isn't productive, then workers who don't care about seeming less productive, they don't care about climbing the career ladder maybe, and so on, they're going to be the ones who gravitate towards working remotely. And that's going to ensure that remote workers are, on average, perhaps less productive. And that's going to reinforce the belief that remote work isn't productive. Fortunately, it now seems that COVID-19 has broken that belief. Surveys indicate most realize that remote work is quite productive. So the second thing I want to talk about is that it looks like remote work is going to continue to get better. While remote work seems to function pretty well on average, it does have drawbacks that people have long kind of worried about. There's some evidence that it's harder for new employees who are fully remote to form social networks with their coworkers, and that certain kinds of tasks are harder to replicate online, such as big picture, creative kind of planning work. But we've got these indications that as good as it might be on average, it's going to actually continue to get better. The fact that remote work appears to be likely to persist for a long time has created this really large market opportunity for firms that want to innovate and improve remote work because they know there'll be a market for the R&D effort they put into it. One study looks at the share of U.S. patent applications that mention words related to remote work, and they show that since it became clear that COVID-19 was going to become really serious, that share has risen really dramatically, indicating lots of new effort to develop remote work technologies. Moreover, internal studies at Microsoft consistently find that problems associated with remote work are less common among experienced remote workers. And those same studies also identify policies and processes that Microsoft developed that mitigated various remote work challenges. One example they gave was a more formal check-in process for new hires with one-on-ones and explicit programs to virtually help people socialize and meet each other. As technology gets better, as people get more experience, and as these new processes are discovered and diffused, the experience of remote work is going to get better. But on top of that, many of the challenges associated with remote work are likely to be reduced once the pandemic ends. Social isolation due to social distancing means that we're not offsetting the decline in work interactions with an increase in out-of-work interactions with people. Moreover, if it really is hard to collaborate with some kinds of people on some kinds of tasks, then a hybrid environment where you can go into the office and meet these people a few days a week could largely solve those problems. The third thing I want to talk about is that remote work looks like it's certainly going to be a lot more common after COVID-19 subsides. So in a large survey of U.S. workers, Barrero, Bloom, and Davis ask if you've talked to your employer about what the post-COVID-19 plan is for remote work. And they use those responses to estimate that 22% of all U.S. workdays will be done remotely after COVID-19 ends, compared to just 5% of days before that. And that estimate is actually conservative because if an employee says they haven't spoken to their employer about the post-COVID remote policy, these guys assume that that means it will be fully on site. Now, for comparison, workers would actually prefer to work almost twice as much remotely, 44%. We've also got evidence that's not just cheap talk from surveys. Changes in property prices are also consistent with an increased perception that we'll be working remotely in the future. A paper by Gupta and co-authors documents that the price of residential properties far from the city center has been rising more quickly than the prices of downtown city center things. In San Francisco and New York, as you see here in red, there's actually been price declines for residential properties in the city center. And this reflects an increased demand to live far away from the city center. This data is adjusted for the quality of housing, so it's not just that people want bigger houses while they're social distancing. Moreover, this paper finds the effect of rising suburban prices relative to city center prices is stronger when there's a greater share of jobs that can be performed remotely in the city. So if you think of prices of houses as a forecast about the desirability of living in that house for many years to come, it indicates it's become more attractive to live far away from the city center than it has in the past. So to sum up, incorrect beliefs about remote work before COVID-19, they got stuck because it was expensive to test them in terms of time and money, and possibly because prior to COVID, this belief was self-fulfilling because it attracted workers who are actually less productive than their peers. COVID-19 seems to have broken this belief. Second, Remote work looks like it's going to get better through better technology, practices, and just more experience. And third, it's probably going to become a lot more common. Now, this is a huge literature and I've only scratched the surface. If you want to read some more, you can check out my newsletter where I talk about some other things I learned from this literature. But anyway, thanks everyone for listening and have a good day.
Well, thanks, Matt. That was a fantastic talk. And you joined us last time. And who'd have thought that we'd be here a year later? You were definitely on the money, weren't you? But we've got some questions for you, and we'll have a little chat. But I've got a couple of questions here that we'd like to ask you as ODI leads, and one of them is, over the last year or so, in terms of the pandemic, what have you changed your mind on?
So, going into this, for example, when I first started studying remote work, I thought, we can do pretty much everything online. And I quickly learned that's not necessarily the case. There's things that really do work better in person. And I think, for example, meeting new people is still harder to do online. And then it's easier to collaborate once you know somebody and have an established relationship. So things to help meet people is something that I learned quickly that, is not easy to necessarily do online. And then in the last year, I think one specific thing is starting this, I thought, well, one thing we're going to have to get used to is get comfortable chatting over video chat. And everybody's going to have to learn to keep their video things on, because that gives you this high fidelity feedback, multiple, I can read your subtle facial expressions and adjust what I'm saying. And there's an extent to which that is true, but also, people talk about Zoom fatigue, and this is not just pandemic fatigue. Like, I think there's something really real about chatting online and with video, because it's not like if you're in a big meeting, this thing is pointed straight at your face. So it's kind of like you're sitting right across a few feet away, looking at somebody right in the face, and you kind of have to perform that you're paying attention in a way that is tiring. And so I teach, for example, a class on economics, and we all meet online like everybody else these days. And originally I sort of tried to get everyone to turn their cameras on, and now I don't, because I think that it's just easier for everyone. And you don't actually need to perform that, like when you're hearing a lecture or talking to a professor, that you need to be, the same way that if I'm having a very intense conversation one-on-one like with you here. Yeah. So that's two examples.
Yeah, fantastic. And so you're an economist, right? And economists love agglomeration benefits.
That's right.
And we all get together in cities, and innovation goes through the roof, and we get exponential growth in ideas. So what's going to happen?
Yeah, so this is I think the really big question for long run impact of remote work. And so one reason I first became an advocate for remote work, I'm actually an economist who studies innovation. And well before COVID-19, I had noticed that lots of studies about these agglomeration benefits and how they relate to innovation had been weakening over time. And so you see really big effects in the 70s, and then they get weaker and weaker. And depending on how you measure it, sometimes it's not even there in like the 2000s. And, but it depends on how you measure it, and lots of other ways you measure it. It's still there, it's still real. It's not in your imagination that being physically close makes things more productive. So one thing that's been really interesting this year is economists have started looking at trying to think about what's going to be the impact. We can't really look at the data yet because it's still too early, and we've got lots of other things happening. It's not like remote work is the only thing that's changed in the last year. But so they've got models of the spatial economy that incorporate agglomeration benefits. And so economists have begun tweaking these and sort of saying, what happens if a third of the workforce isn't physically there? And you get some subtle effects. Like there's one paper that looks at LA, Los Angeles, and it uses real data to try to model how people make decisions about where to live. And then they allow a third of them to work remotely instead. And in that study, productivity goes up. It goes down when these people leave. They take their agglomeration benefits with them. But then that lowers the price of real estate in the center of town, and all these places that were out in the suburbs that can't do their jobs remotely, they come into the center of town. And at the same time, you have sort of better matching between workers and and the jobs they work at, because remote workers can work for a job from a distance, but also even commuters, there's less people on the road, and so they can commute more farther away to a job that is a better fit for them. So in that paper, they find a small increase. There's other papers though that say no, like if you model the whole United States, for example, people leave the big cities, they take their agglomeration benefits with them, and then that would be bad. But what's interesting about that paper, and you can sort of see references to which papers I'm talking about, I have a little link to my website. They look at, well, what if a remote worker is some proportion as good as, you know, what if they generate half the agglomeration spillovers as somebody who's really there? And they sort of, how good they would need to be to sort of not lose out. And they find that if a remote worker is generates 60% of the agglomeration benefits of somebody who's physically in the room, then things work out great for everybody. But like I said, this is all still really early. This is sort of theoretical models, and it's not based on data yet because it's just too early to say. But I still think it's really interesting to sort of start speculating about.
Yeah, cool. You know, maybe there's going to be cheap areas to live like Berlin in the 80s and 90s, man. You know, is that one of those would be fantastic. So who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's always been an argument too, is that maybe remote work works well for some industries that are more mature, and then they clear out the city and sort of keep real estate prices low enough for the new guys who need to start up in garages or, you know, create studios and cheap real estate. They can come in and sort of, they can't do their jobs remotely, but they're able to sort of create something new that wouldn't happen without remote work.
Fantastic. So Matt, it's been a real pleasure to have you on. This is one of my favourite talks of of Northernlands 3, and we're obviously really important work for everybody about how we're doing it. So it's been fantastic to have you on board. You've just published something on Medium, is that right?
Yeah. So you know, there's a big literature, more than I could cover in my 10-minute talk. And so in the talk, I focused on 3 lessons, but I actually came up with 6. And so I wrote a longer piece about them and I posted it on Medium, and there's a link to that from my website too. And also that gives all the links to the articles that I talked about in the talk.
Fantastic. So thanks again. Next up, we've got Gia Mitchik from Icebreaker 1, who's going to talk about energy and data making a difference to the climate emergency. So thanks again, Matt. And now over to Gia.
Hello, welcome. Today, I'm going to be talking a little bit about Icebreaker 1 and quite a lot about Open Energy, which is one of our strategic innovation programs. My name is Gia Mitchik, and I'm the program manager at Icebreaker 1. This means I sit across all of our programs, of which Open Energy is one, and also for the purposes of Open Energy, I'm acting as the product owner. Now, I'll explain what this is and what it is as we go through. But just to kick us off, a little bit about Icebreaker 1. Icebreaker 1 was founded by Gavin Starks, who was the founding CEO of the Open Data Institute, as well as co-chairing the development of the Open Banking Standard. And our mission here at Icebreaker 1 is to make data work harder to deliver net zero. And this is underpinned by our vision of empowering decision makers to mandate, measure and act upon the data flows that enable net zero. Before we go any further, I just want to be clear on some core definitions of terminology that might come up throughout this presentation. So just to be crystal clear that we're talking about the same thing, we define open data as data that is freely available for anybody to use for any purpose. We define closed data as data that is shared for one specific use case via bilateral contracts between parties. And we define shared data as data that is shared via a preemptive license for a multitude of use cases. A helpful example of this in the UK right now is open banking. So Open Energy aims to revolutionize the way energy data is shared in the UK and create an energy data ecosystem that works for everyone. Open Energy is now in its 3rd phase of a 3-phase UKRI funded program called the Modernising Energy Data Access programme, and we're delighted to say we won the third phase. So we'll be taking open energy forwards from now until the end of July and beyond that as part of a sustainable business model. And this conversation and all of the stuff that we've been doing so far is a core part of our process to get open energy to market. Throughout this, we've had the help of our partners, organisations such as Passive Systems, Radium and Open Climate Fix, and we've also had the engagement of the sector. So we have worked with and spoken to over 200 individuals across the UK's energy sector to really work out what the market needs are and to make sure that the first use case and the core use case and any use cases that we develop going forward really address the market's needs. So open energy is applying the principles of open banking to the UK's energy sector. And in practice, this means that we're developing an open standard that will enable an open marketplace for data sharing to flourish. And we're laying the foundations for an interoperable and cohesive energy data infrastructure. This is underpinned by some technology, which is currently in the prototyping stage that we'll be taking forwards as well. So in order to operationalize this ecosystem of trusted data sharing that we would like to see within the energy sector, we've developed the Open Energy Governance Platform. And in order to enable data discoverability, so to make it easy to search for and find data that will be both open and shared data within the energy sector, we've created the Energy Data Search. A core part of everything we're doing is ensuring that there is a wide-ranging programme of stakeholder engagement, because we want to be absolutely 100% certain that everything we're doing is for the sector and by the sector. And we do this through advisory groups. So in phase 2, we had over 60 individuals across the energy industry participate in our advisory groups, really helping our research and development teams understand how to meet the market needs, and also through open consultations. And this is something that will be continuing through the third phase of open energy and beyond. And I'll talk to you more later in this presentation about how you can get involved and what we're going to be doing. Through the previous 2 phases, we've developed our core use case. And our core use case focuses on enabling local authorities to make informed decisions about retrofitting low carbon technologies in a community in order to meet their net zero plans. And what we've discovered is that the current situation is that it's quite a fragmented ecosystem. In order to make a decision like that today, it would take a local authority quite a lot of time, and it can be really quite expensive to get the data from the various places that they need to be able to work out what they can and can't do, and particularly to be able to make sure that the district network operator has the available capacity in order to do what they're planning on doing. So our core use case focuses on cutting, and our vision of the future focuses on cutting this time to make this decision and the expense to a fraction of what it is currently. So the user journey that we've worked out that's outlined here is around Leah, who's a project manager at a local authority, and she's working on their local energy plan. So what she wants to figure out is how they can take out the current fossil fuel burning infrastructure, such as gas boilers and electric storage heaters, and put in domestic heat pumps, solar PV arrays, and on-street electric vehicle charging points. And in order to do that, she also needs to understand how local authority decisions can impact the district network operator's available capacity, which is also known as headroom. So what we show here is how Leah can speak to an energy data service provider who can then access the data on her behalf via the Open Energy Governance Platform, which allows everybody in the system to understand that this is a trusted entity, a trusted organization who is allowed to make these to view this data and make these decisions on behalf of Leah and report back to her. As I've mentioned throughout, exactly what we're trying to do is to create something that's both for the sector and by the sector. And as part of that, it's been really important for us to fully understand whole market needs in order to be able to catalyse the innovation that we're looking to see within the energy sector. So we've looked at all of the different entities and the benefits to all of the different users within this system and looked to articulate those so that we can create a decentralized ecosystem of data providers and applications and energy data service providers to create this future system of modernized energy data access. Throughout phase 3, we'll be building on our stakeholder engagement. So I've talked to you about how we've developed our use cases in the past and how we've worked with the sector. And this is something that we really plan to continue. So user needs and open consultation are really baked into our processes. And what we'll be doing going forward, so from this month, March, we'll be having monthly checkpoints with our advisory groups. So our research and our development teams will be working iteratively with them to ensure that everything we're building meets their needs and to seek feedback from them and answer key questions. So the first advisory group will be around membership. So they'll be focusing on governance and on policy. And the second advisory group is focused on delivery, so more of an operations focus. And they'll be overseen and steered by our steering group that's made up of policymakers, of government departments, of energy trade association representatives, and a wide variety of individuals to really represent all viewpoints throughout the energy industry. This is, as I mentioned, underpinned by our core use case, so LEA at the local authority, but we do envisage that new use cases will also emerge. And I'll talk to you about what will happen with those as we go through things, but we'll be exploring additional use cases. I think it's just really important to remember that one of the core things that we're focused on at the moment is delivering our first use case. And so, as I mentioned, the energy data search and the governance platform, which are currently in prototyping mode, will be going through private beta. And all of this will be underpinned by our open engagement programme. So we'll be publishing things as we go on energydata.org.uk. We'll be seeking feedback. We'll be looking for consultation from a wide range of individuals, and we'll also be hosting public webinars regularly to let everybody know what we're up to and let everybody participate in shaping the future of open energy. This is all part of our go-to-market plan and how we're working to create a sustainable business model by August, which is a pretty ambitious timeline that we're working to. So in phase 3, we will deliver our core use case and we'll work with our advisory groups on making sure that we're asking the right questions, that we're addressing user needs, and we're delivering our go-to-market plan. And throughout this, we'll also be collaborating with Ofgem on areas where there might be useful intersects. During this, we'll also be launching a membership model. So we're shaped by sector needs, and our advisory group process is here to engage with industry and to test our use case. But there's also, but as we go forward, we envisage that other use cases will emerge. And so this is where we really need industry input in order to understand what we do next, in order to prioritize the use cases and also figure out what the inevitably common design patterns will emerge across these different use cases. So we're in quite an exciting time, but there's also this tension of we need to make sure we don't go too broad, we don't boil the ocean, we still deliver our core use case first by July, but we also look at what's next and what else we can be enabling. So in terms of what to expect until August, well, until the end of July, there's a couple of different ways that you can get involved if you'd like to. There's some key milestones is that we're currently recruiting for our advisory group. So if you would like to nominate yourself or a colleague to be part of these advisory groups, you can go to the link that's on this slide or to our website and register your interest by that. I've also mentioned we've got the Open Energy Governance Platform and the Energy Data Search in prototype form at the moment. So we'll be taking these through private and public beta testing with the industry. And so if that's something that you or your organisation are interested in signing up for, please also go to that link and let us know. We'll be seeking a wide range of users, and we'd love to have you join us. So finally, just to wrap up, thank you so much for taking the time to join me today, and please help us in spreading the word. This is a really exciting project, and we really are hoping to change the way that the energy data is shared throughout the UK. In order to do this, we need to reach a really, really diverse and wide range of individuals. So please tell your friends, tell your colleagues, and share the link energydata.org.uk with them so that we can get everybody involved to make sure that what we're creating is an energy data ecosystem that works for everyone.
Fantastic. Thanks, Gaia. That was an amazing talk, and we've been working with Icebreaker One a little bit last year. They're friends of ours, but also their mission is amazing, and it's so good to be working with people who are actually making a difference in terms of the climate emergency and helping us all get there. So I've got a couple of questions for you around energy. So the first one is, how do people get involved and join in with what you're doing?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's amazing to be here, and thank you to all the team at ODI Leeds for making this happen. So in terms of getting involved, what we're trying to do is create something that's really for the sector and by the sector, but we also want to make sure that we're addressing as broad as and as many user needs as we can. So if you go to our website, energydata.org.uk, there's a big button on the side that says join us, and you can register to join the advisory groups. You can sign up for updates, or you can join as a beta tester. So we need testers, we need people who want to be involved in the advisory groups, and generally we need people to help us spread the word. So, you know, share it around, tweet it. When we start publishing open consultations, please get involved. It's all going to be for maximum collaboration, so via Google Docs and other things like that. And we just want people to tell us what they need, really.
Fantastic. That's great. Now I've got just a couple of questions on just how this all works and some of our experience of working in the energy sector. So the energy sector has been described as sometimes culturally closed, lots of disparate partners, people working in silos. So how have you found working with the organisations and people across the energy sector?
Absolutely. I think for us, it's actually been this fantastic and really wonderful experience. Going through the MEDA programme, which we were fortunate enough to win, has meant actually that everyone's been really open. Also, because we've been publishing everything openly and inviting everybody and anybody into the tent to collaborate with us. We've had calls left, right and centre from major energy players. We've got a good working relationship with Ofgem, with BEIS. Essentially, I think we're in a really privileged position as a non-profit to act as a neutral convener, and the fact that we want to hear everyone's opinions and let everybody get involved has meant that we're really getting all the feedback we can, and all the responses so far have been positive.
Fantastic. And who knew that if you put things on the web, people can join in and use them as they wish, but also share back?
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing.
This thing called the web. Yeah. So what next? Icebreaker One, you've got massive ambitions. So what's going to happen in the short term and maybe a bit in the medium term?
Absolutely. So I guess what next is, well, we've committed that by the 31st of July, we'll be delivering a plan to go to market. So we'll be delivering a service that is going to be used by real users, and we need to make that happen. So in the sort of short and medium term, apply to be a beta tester if it's something that's part of your wheelhouse. Help us get the word out, and to be honest, help us create something that's going to revolutionize the way energy data is shared in the UK. I mean, it's a pretty big aim, but we've got a solid use case that we're working to deliver, and we'll be exploring additional use cases alongside that.
And if people join in, right, they will be making a difference in terms of the climate emergency. It helps us get there quicker, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it helps us drive to net zero. So our core use case revolves around delivering net zero and being able to retrofit low carbon technologies into a community. There'll be additional use cases that will emerge as we go through this process, and we'll be exploring those. And the more of those that we can explore once we deliver our core one, the better, because there'll be things that we didn't even imagine in new business models emerging left, right and centre, really.
Fantastic. So thanks, Gaia. We'll find you on the web. We'll obviously put links to everything that you're doing. And I'd just like to thank you on behalf of ODI Leeds for joining us today.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Great stuff. And next up, we've got Gary Butterfield from Everyday Juice, who they're talking about new ways of helping employers and employees collaborate for the new future. So we're looking forward to that. And thanks, Gaia. Over to Gary.
Hello, everybody. I'm Gary Butterfield, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of Leeds-based company Everyday Juice Limited. Now, today we're going to do a bit of a whistle-stop tour on who we are, where we've come from, one of our big projects we're working on at the moment, and our future plans as a company. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to 2 seconds. I've got a couple of slides to share, but I'm not going to go mad. And I'm going to try and rattle through these so we can do better Q&A. So first of all, we as a company believe that everyone has the right to be healthy and happy at work, connected to a community of people that want to make a positive impact on themselves and their workplace. We started life at the University of Sheffield during a time of quite significant change. So this was back in 2011, and as a sector, the university was closing down pension schemes left, right, and centre for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of employees. Now, at that time, I'm sure you can appreciate that higher education institutions and HR functions in particular weren't flavour of the month, but we wanted to really convey a message to our employees, around 8,500 of them at the time, that the University of Sheffield is where you belong, this is where you should remain, and we care about you as an employee, but most importantly as an individual. And we thought that well-being would be a really good vessel to use, because it's important to all of us in whatever way, shape or form that is. Now, to start, we reviewed what the wellbeing proposition 4 was at the University of Sheffield, and we realised that there was loads of stuff going on, but it was incredibly disparate. It was located in various different places, whether it be the EAP, HR, sports department, anywhere else. It was really hard to navigate. We also, because of that, it was hard to communicate, because you communicate in various different places. And we knew that we wanted our proposition to organically grow and diversify, but we knew that eventually, due to resource constraints as a part of the small team, we would eventually become a victim of his own success, where we just couldn't manage it anymore. So what we did is we launched what would be called Juice in 2012. We brought that disparate offer into one place, made it really, really easy for employees to access health and wellbeing services. Because it was only in one place, it's incredibly simple to communicate, and that growth problem that we foresaw, we automated as much as we possibly could, and we continue to do so to present day, so that we didn't have to spend our time managing spreadsheets, emails, confirming bookings, seeking feedback, all this type of stuff. Juice would do that all for us, meaning we could spend our time doing what's more important, getting out and talking to employees across the organisation and finding out what well-being meant to them. Now, the true fundamental principle to Juice is social well-being, about trying to bring people together to share common experiences and common purpose. And we did that through various interventions at the university, but what was most impactful is we enabled and actively actively brought people together to share their talents, hobbies and interests with other colleagues. And we did loads of things like through that. So we've done sword dancing, colouring sessions, we've had Strictly Come Dancing courses and guide dog puppy walks. The examples are endless, really. And we had a really big impact at the university for it. Now, over the years, we won loads of awards. We were shortlisted for various. We won the Sunday Times Top 100 Wellbeing Award against some big, massive companies in 2016, which was awesome. Loads of wine was drunk. But what was most important for us is what employees were saying. So the feedback we were getting about activities and events, but about Juice in particular as a concept. And genuinely changed people's lives, and we're incredibly proud of that. Now, over those years, so 2012 to 2015-ish, we were presenting at conferences all around the country across different sectors about what we'd done at the university, thinking that these issues were unique to us. But it soon became apparent that they weren't unique to Sheffield at all. They were, most big organisations were having these exact same issues. And they basically said, look, we really like what you've done here. Will you come and help us? So yeah, of course we will. So there was evidently a commercial opportunity there. So we span out of our own HR function, which is, in itself is a story, and that's quite unusual for a HR function. Span out of that into a subsidiary in 2015, and then we left the university subsidiary group in 2019, and we're now a completely separate, independent organisation. And what we do is we bring our learning and our IT asset through JUICE, take it to other organisations, and we help them to overcome those three big barriers: communication, navigation, and the administration of the services. And we, as a bit of a company ethos, we believe in people, planet, and prosperity, which is the triple bottom line. We can discuss that in a broader view later on. Now, to give you a bit of an idea of one of our projects, so we usually work with organisations on an individual level, but the NHS is a vast beast of an organisation, with hundreds of thousands, well, hundreds of thousands, with thousands of different organisations all under the same banner. Now, I've had the opportunity to speak to HR directors and wellbeing leads, throughout the 10 years, 9-10 years since we launched JUICE originally in the university, and I'm always left inspired by the amount of work that colleagues are doing in this area. But they have the exact same barriers that we had, so communication, navigation, and administration. But there are some more NHS-specific issues which employees face, which we didn't. And to name but a few, we've got some very busy people doing some very long shifts. They can't engage with wellbeing services during work. A lot of people travel from various different distances to get to work. To use my sister, an example, who works in the NHS in Leeds. She's got 2 very young kids. Her and her partner look after those morning and night. She gets the bus to work, which is an hour each way. She can't engage in services after work. And I thought, wouldn't it be awesome if there was one central location for the NHS where all these organisations will pull their relevant provision together so that colleagues from wherever they are can access health and wellbeing provision when and where they need it. So my sister in that example, if she has an extra half an hour of work, she can go and engage in something local to the workplace at LGI. She can't do that. She finds she has time at home. She can access it in Bradford, where she lives. If she goes to a secondment in London, she can access it there. She can access it in Edinburgh. She goes away on a weekend away. But because she's part of this NHS community, this family, and her employer is part of the cooperative, we can share that opportunity across each other's employees. So, massive project, big idea, and when you look at how you do that, it's a minefield with so many different organisations within that. Now, I'm delighted that we launched the NHS Cooperative late last year, with 3 London-based trusts who are currently pooling that wellbeing provision together. It's going well. It's early days, and we're in the middle of a pandemic, so a lot of NHS employees don't have a lot of time to access this kind of support. But the feedback that we're getting and the engagement in it is positive and is growing sort of month on month, which is great. But we're keen to grow. We're keen to expand so that eventually, shoot for the moon and all that. We have a proposition which is accessible from anywhere, every nook and cranny of it across the UK. So to go on to our goals, so our current market of employees, let's say, is around 15,000. So across those 3 organisations, so they're fairly sizable employers. But we're in early discussion with NHS England about rolling this out across the entire region, which is 37 NHS trusts, to the tune of around 270,000 people, which is awesome. And we're also in discussion with two of the other regions for NHS England as well. There's 7 in total. So growth there looks really positive. And the NHS has written this type of work into their long-term and short-term plans, written before and during the pandemic. As a company, our goal, we obviously want to grow. We want to build our proposition both with the NHS, but with individual employers as well. But my personal value is around sustainability and how we build this into our company and everything that we do. There's no bigger crisis, globally than the climate crisis. So we set ourselves the ambitious target of being at least carbon neutral by the end of this year. And once achieved, we'll then start to build to get as close to net zero as we possibly can. Now, I think we're working through different ways on how we can bring our clients and big employers, big contributors to the climate crisis, we can bring them along that journey with us, but their users, their employees. But we're really early in that journey. I've got some ideas, but we're working through consultation how to do that. But I'm going to call it a close there because I'm about on my 10 minutes, if not a bit over. I will be here for the session for Q&A, so please feel free to fire away. But my email address is there if you want to contact me separately. And I'll share these slides as well so they can be sent round to attendees and view. Thank you very much, and I look forward to speaking to you.
Thanks, Gary. That's a great story, and it's good to hear a success story from this part of the world, working in health, data, future of work. All of those things are all mixed into one in a digital business. So I've got a couple of questions. We've got some stuff coming through in the chat. So what have you seen? What's different now to sort of pre and post pandemic from the work you've been doing?
So isolation and loneliness has been on the rise for a long time. So it far outdates the pandemic. And I think that it's always been a growing issue that people have seen, but they've focused on other elements of well-being. Now, the pandemic has really thrown into the spotlight social well-being, because a lot of us are working from home, and we're not getting those regular interactions face to face anymore. For the most part. And it's really thrown social well-being into the spotlight. And I think it's really interesting that we've never been more connected through technologies than we are now, but isolation and loneliness is still on the rise and it's on a sharper upward trajectory now. So that's where I think the COVID has really had a massive impact in social well-being. And organisations are starting to address this and look at that much more proactively about creating communities within an organisation. And I think it's a really positive, one of few positive outcomes from the pandemic will be this social well-being agenda.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And it's sort of, some of it's simple to do and some of it's really hard, isn't it? So yeah, it's something we need to keep working on.
Definitely, yeah. But just by enabling interaction outside of your general business meetings, that's a really small thing that people can implement immediately and enable that more authentic interaction. Something you can do straight away, but it takes absolutely no resource other than a bit of proactivity. And you can start that cultural change, immediately just from that, and build from that.
So your business works with the NHS. Is it exclusively just with the NHS, or is it just the majority of it? How have you managed to work with it, which sometimes a notoriously difficult organisation to work with?
Yeah, I guess that a lot. So we work primarily with higher education, so with universities. We work within the NHS, and they're two markets that we know well. Higher education, because that's where we come from. We came from the University of Sheffield. the NHS, because I've got a number of family members who work in the NHS, I've had the opportunity to talk to them for the past few years. Now, you're completely right. The NHS is a massive organisation. You kind of assume it's just one big business, but it's far from it. It's hundreds of different organisations. And this kind of proposition that I've just spoken about is something that has to be done at scale. You can't do it with individual organisations and build from there. It has to start with a bang. Now, the way that I've done that is I've had the opportunity to talk to NHS colleagues numerous occasions over the past few years. And so I went back to them, just said, look, this is my idea. This is what I want to build. How do I do this? And just ask them. And the way that I started the cooperative in the early days, so like 2 years ago, when the idea was first discussed, I went to what's called an STP. And an STP is a Sustainability Transformation Partnership. And it's basically all NHS region organisations within a region sit in this STP, within this group, and they've got a number of big ticket items that they will focus on. And I went to them, and that's where we piloted with these 3 different trusts, because they're part of this STP. Now, there's the STP, and there's what's called an ICS, it's an integrated care system, relatively similar kind of concepts. I won't go into the differences between the two today, but started there. But in my discussions with NHS England in the regions, that's come from the STP. I was introduced to them via the STP that I'm working with. So that's how I've navigated through the NHS. And it's really early days, you know, we're not widespread across the health service, not yet at least, that's the goal. But that's how I navigate through. Go on Google, NHS England, STP, and you'll get a map of all of them across England. You know, contact details and all. You'll see what their big ticket items are, and then you can build from there.
Fantastic. So, what's next for you and the business? We said we're going to have a party when all this is there, but what's next for you in the business?
So, the first thing is we want to launch into the regions in NHS England. That, you know, for the cooperative, I see a lot of value in well-being for NHS employees. You know, they need it, and hopefully we can be not the complete solution, but part of that solution to support them people. So that's our immediate goal. By the end of this year, we want to be at least carbon neutral as a company. It's carbon neutral. The climate emergency rings to my personal values, and as this is my company, it also rings true to the company's values. And that's our goal. And I've set myself the ambition to be carbon neutral by the end of this year, and then thereafter work towards net zero as soon as possible and support clients and our users to do so. And then I guess third is to learn, really, to learn about continually learn what's important to the organisations we work with, what's important to myself and my colleagues, and what's important to our users, so that we can continually add that value to those that we serve. You know, so they would be our sort of next steps for EGL, and then those who we work with.
Fantastic. So Gary, you're our last speaker today. And normally, well, we'd have an event, there'd be a big round of applause, we'd have lots of things. And we might even actually sneak off for a quick pint, but that's unfortunately we can't do that. But I'd like to just say thanks on behalf of Rodeo Leads for joining in. We'll be here tomorrow with the rest of the Northernlands 3 programme. And if you're watching online, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for your time.
No problem. Okay. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow, 9:45, Northernlands 3. Cheers.